continue yelling at my cat.
One of the most lovely girls on trans Twitter had her surgery today.
Yay?
Oh,
Yep, and she's just
I
waking
hope
up
it
about
goes
now.
good.
I hope so too.
okay. Okay, we
Sorry.
got a bit of an echo from somebody there. Oh,
That was
probably
me.
because the YouTube picked it up, so we got to mute that now.
Yep.
He was a foo-foo face.
Okay.
That is what his you is.
No, it was my TV. I got the YouTube on the TV, and I forgot to mute it.
Well, I did too. So, okay, we are live now. We are on YouTube.
Child.
So, hello everybody.
Hey!
Hello. How are you,
So-
honey?
Hi, excuse me while I yell at my cat. No, what are you doing?
Just hanging out. How about you?
Okay.
He's about
Trying to
try
push things off the table.
No, that's actually not his style. His style is stand on the keyboard trying to figure out what exactly it does while typing weirdo messages to my friends
Oh boy!
and not realizing that that's what it does.
Well, yeah,
The,
my cat
You know,
does
he's
that when I
actually-
fall asleep in my chair, and I think he gets on when I'm gone.
I think he's typing secret messages to the other cats.
Yeah.
which
Maybe.
consists of what's the messages consist of what?
Pretty much.
Um,
His favorite letter seems to be right now K. Not
For
sure
cat.
why.
K for cat.
Oh no! This is not a good thing. Do you have a white supremacist cat always typing out KKK, KKK, KKK?
Oh, he better not be one.
I don't know.
I'd have to disown the little brat.
yeah. I just saw as I was getting things set up for the stream that Lisa for Truth has lost one of her cats. Apparently, it got out last night, and she's assuming the worst.
Oh,
Oh my!
that's tough.
So yeah, she put up a live video about an hour and a half ago. So she's asking for people to make donations to the Humane Society or their local animal shelter.
Oh.
So didn't want to bring everyone down, but needed to put that out there.
Yeah,
And yeah,
it's tough
especially
losing
when
a kitty.
the weather's this bad. The shelters are very important for a lot of animals. And this little guy laying against my leg here was a rescue from our local shelter.
Including
Yeah, you know-
human animals.
I really don't like to think about what this little one would be doing were some stupid human to not have taken her in 3 years ago. But I don't, very likely she wouldn't be doing anything at all because she doesn't, wouldn't exist.
Yeah, that's a. Two of the cats I had in New York were strays that we started feeding and eventually came into the house. And one of them, Guapo, my friend actually found his mother giving birth in the park. And it was so cold she had already lost the first kitten. So
Oh my!
I got over there with a box of towels and we bundled them up and put them in my friend's basement so she could, take care of them. So he was from that litter.
The cute name, Guapo.
Well, my fiance named him. That's Spanish for handsome.
I don't know where the previous owners got Elmer. They just got to a point where they realized they weren't going to be able to take him with them and arranged for him to come to my place, but it was more of a drop off and leave than it was anything else. But I don't know if he was a stray or a rescue kitty or anything like that. I just know he's mine, and I am way too attached to that little beast.
Yeah. Well, I still
What?
remember losing Guapo and Fiona. It was 2 years ago, but I lost both of them within 5 months of each other.
Oh,
Ouch.
And they had made the trip with me from New York, so they had gone through quite a lot for me. They actually stuck with me because I wound up being homeless in New York for 3 months and living out of my truck, and they were stuck with me through all that. They were very confused why we couldn't go back in the house.
Babies. Well, my asshole has decided that the little basket that I keep my scarves and things in need to be opened for him because it's basically a closable
Oh,
basket,
Hmm.
and now I have to open it for him every day.
oh, Trey. I didn't realize you were talking about your cat at first. Phrasing.
Who else would I be talking about? Well, maybe not.
Ay, ay.
I thought I
No,
had the only sentient anus.
I am definitely not going there literally or figuratively.
It's where angels fear to tread.
oh,
All
look,
right, all
Orla,
right.
Orla's here. Hi, Orla. Yay.
Oh, hey, Orla. Yeah, and
but
who else
yeah,
we've
no,
got?
he's sitting over in the basket right now. Like, I own this thing, and I'm going, why do you feel the need? Like, you have 20 different places you can sit that are basically piles of blankets or laundry or whatever. And he's like, no, I need the box. I need the little basket open with all the scarves. Like, you have so many other places. Why do you need that?
Let's see who else we've got with us today. We've got in the side Robert X and Critical Cripple, Tony Design.
Does anybody know what kind of clip or pin would be good for keeping a shawl to, attached together, closed so it stays on your shoulders without damaging the shawl? That's the trick.
That's the trick.
I mean, I got pins and stuff. I'm afraid of wrecking the shawl.
Um,
Well,
Try to
you
find things with magnetic backings.
Ooh, oh, that's a good idea.
Sweater clip, like sweater clip style, might be good.
Oh, sure, like a clamp type thing.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
good idea.
I
What?
don't.
We
I
practicing for movie
don't.
night already?
Okay.
Oh, gee. But I don't know that my friend makes clips, but I know that she all of her brooches and everything are magnetically backed because she doesn't want pinholes in her clothing, and so she
Oh,
just automatically magnetically backs everything.
Angie's saying a ponytail scrunchie works well.
it's not the kind of shape for the shawl,
Yeah, I
but I
was
use those on
thinking,
my scarves.
office supplies, one of the like spring clips that you use for keeping a stack of papers together.
Not fashionable.
Oh,
Of course, I think it might complement my grocery store plastic bag purse.
Well,
there you go. There you go.
I mean,
Uh,
I've got them in like four different colors, so you can coordinate. But yeah, I'm only good at giving practical results. If you want aesthetics, I'm the wrong person to ask for anything.
I know that feeling.
I make things functional. I don't make them pretty.
Yeah.
That's why I like to do plumbing and electrical, because it doesn't matter what it looks like as long as it's functional. Somebody else will come and cover it all up.
I just hope you don't do plumbing and electrical at the same time.
Oh, I often have.
Oh dear.
Well, you just didn't have to learn all that girl stuff.
Oh, I learned most of the girl stuff too. I cook and sew better than most of the women I've dated. Yeah, my mom really didn't have any time for sexual stereotypes when I was growing up.
Were they in a hurry?
Well,
Don't
you know,
you have
there
like
were always
20?
between 9 and 12 kids in the house, so.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
Oh,
You have like
yes, they
20,
were.
20 or 30 kids.
Yeah.
There
When.
was a family in our neighborhood. I should say my parents' neighborhood because I never actually lived there. With 17 children.
Ay, caramba.
Oh,
Why would you want to do that to yourself?
Well,
As-
in my family's case, the answer is Catholic.
Yeah, ask the quiverful, the quiverful types.
Yeah,
Maybe.
well, my father was born in 1921, so, of that generation was still the attitude that, yeah, we'll be lucky if half of them survive.
Yeah.
And then they carried that attitude forward to the era where infant mortality was not 85%, one of these
Yep.
deals.
Well, and these days, some of them are doing it because they are worried that people of a different skin color are going to breed the whites out.
Yeah.
Oh, they still believe that today.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm
what he
saying.
said.
That's part of the
Yeah.
quiverful movement now. That's a big push behind it.
And
Oh,
don't
They're
And so
afraid
what
that
if they
the brown
do?
people are replacing us.
And so what if they do?
Yeah,
Maybe they
Well-
need replacing.
yeah, it's the same attitude with the border wall. That they're just afraid that the color of the country is changing and that they may not be 85% majority anymore.
Mm.
I can't see it, but I'm rolling my eyes over here.
When will these humans realize that such things are so superficial and petty, meaningless? Human skin comes in many colors.
That's
All
right.
blood is red.
Yep.
See, cats understand it. They don't pay any attention to the fur color. Now, the wrong texture is a problem, but not the color.
No, one of my cousins would not even recognize his grandkids because they were biracial.
Yeah.
Oh, that is just awful.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, I can understand if they were all born gingers, but just kidding.
Gingers have no soul.
That's right.
Maybe that's the problem with humanity in general. Maybe George Carlin was right and there was a limited number of souls, so there just aren't enough to go around anymore.
There you are.
I think there's a limited amount of intelligence and there's not enough to go around.
Boy.
Oh,
Now, you were talking about a limited number of souls, and it kind of reminded me of a book that I read. And I believe the name of the book was called Soulless. And it was about this woman who was born in it was basically a steampunk setting. And the author set up the world to say, well, you've got the natural world with natural beings, and then you have the supernatural world with supernatural beings. But what if you had beings that were what he called preternatural? Preternatural? Prater.
What
And
is that? I
what if
forget
you
what that.
Preternatural.
What is that? I forget what that is.
basically beings without souls?
okay,
Oh,
that
Okay.
fits because
Republican.
when you said Prager-natural, my first thought was Prager. That
No,
I thought that's what you're
Prater.
saying too.
No, preternatural. Prater.
Like Prager
Um, and
University would be bad enough, but Prager
yeah,
National, what
no,
is that?
no. It's basically before or less than natural is how it's translated. So you have less than natural, and then you have the supernatural.
fits.
And the main character is a being that is soulless, and because she is soulless, she does have emotions, but they're kind of turned down a little bit compared to human beings. And
I
she
suppose you
be
could say, sorry.
go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I suppose you could say, like, an android or an artificial intelligence would be less than natural since it was artificially created.
Yeah, but she was basically human, not not kind of like in the same sense of werewolves have their human side.
Hmm.
Um, although they did kind of ask the question at some point what the difference between her and some of the machines were, because obviously this is like a steampunk slash sci-fi novel, so of course they're going to ask that question. Um, I enjoyed it, even though it was a little bit more into the romance deal than what I normally am into.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, the second novel that I never finished was basically it was the story of like the first interstellar ship that left Earth and just encountering all sorts of different creatures, and pretty much the whole novel was a question of, okay, do you consider this human? Just where do you draw the line about what qualities did a being have to exhibit to be considered human? And I
Oh, I've
made the
wondered.
distinction between, human just kind of being sentient beings and Terran being people from Earth.
I've wondered about that many much. I have to wonder if Homo is defined too narrowly. I just wonder if there are people or there are creatures outside of the definition of Homo who would, under the appropriate definition, be count as human.
You mean like
Or at least
pansexuals?
sapient.
Say again.
I'm sorry, it was a bad joke. I said, you mean like pansexuals? Sorry, I'm not in a serious mood today, folks. If I
That's
need to be,
okay.
let me know. I'll work on it here.
I don't know. I wish I could find the word again, because it's kind of a philosophy, and while I'm not much into philosophy, it's the philosophy of defining what things are. And And I remember this story about how somebody was like, okay, let's define what a human being is, and they said 2 legs, something else, and something else. And then somebody brought by a chicken because it fit their definition and said, behold, a man.
Okay.
And it's like, it's weird because when you say human, you have an image in your mind. And everybody's going to have a slightly different image, but I have yet to find a definition, philosophically speaking, that you can't include something that's definitely not human in it. And I find the whole thing kind of absurd and funny.
Oh, you mean like Trump?
Because
That's not funny anymore.
No, it's not. That's for sure.
Like, your joke is, but Trump's not funny anymore.
we'll get to that in a minute. But for those of you who remember Coco, I wonder how close Coco would have come, what definitions Coco might have fit. Was Coco human?
No, Coco was not human. Absolutely not. But Coco was a gorilla who could communicate with humans and demonstrate its own ability to think and question and feel. Just because it has those qualities doesn't mean it has to be human.
Well, there we are getting into defining the definitions. I mean, Pluto was no longer a planet, for example, because the definition of planet changed.
Yeah, but it's now accepted again. Yay!
Well,
No,
it's
not
a
as a
dwarf
planet.
planet.
Say again?
As a dwarf
It's a
planet.
dwarf planet.
Yeah.
So now Pluto is both a dog and the 8th dwarf.
Well, that's great news because I love that planet. Well, it's a platonic love.
Okay. No. There's a slight
No?
difference between Plato and Pluto.
Okay.
I just love how my generation took, like, when we heard that Pluto was no longer considered a planet, we kind of took it personally.
Oh, yeah. Neil deGrasse Tyson spoke on that.
Yeah, it was like, you can't downgrade Pluto. Why are you downgrading Pluto? This doesn't make sense. Why? But it's
Well,
all
Angie, if you're responding to what I think you're responding to, I just offered Pluto as an example of a definition changing.
Yeah, I think part of our problem with definitions of human is one of the things people fall back on is being sentient, and nobody can define what sentient is.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody uses sentient in a way other than a dictionary definition. Look it up sometime.
Doesn't sentient mean having senses, having awareness?
That's how it's used.
That's what?
Oh, hold on. Go ahead. Continue. I'll be right back.
Yeah, well, and that's the more we study other life forms, the more we've come to realize that, well, plants are self-aware of their environment.
Yeah.
So does that make an oak tree sentient?
Sentient, able to perceive or feel things. Feeling,
Okay.
capable of feeling. Aware.
And the second the second definition of it is frequently the state of consciousness, but people tend to use it only to indicate consciousness, not the first one. Is all I'm saying. That a dog is sentient. in that it has feelings. You can see it.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you,
that's pretty much a settled question now. But
yeah,
is
by
it
all the
conscience like we are? Unknown. So does it qualify as sentient under that definition? Are you maybe not?
I think dogs are pretty good at knowing when they've done something wrong.
Yeah, somewhat debatable, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
I think they have a certain level of intellect. They've adapted to being able to read our facial expressions
Oh yeah.
because they've been with us for so long, and they can somewhat imitate them too. They got eyebrows. That's practically a device adapted to communicate with us, almost. Unless it has some other use, I don't know. But I mean, they can communicate their emotions to us, and they can read ours.
I think that if we are going to try to have a word to describe consciousness, self-awareness, all that, and use sentient to be that, then I think we need to come up with other words to describe other things. Like Orloff says that she can come up with definitions that would indicate plants are sentient. Okay, I know what she's talking about as far as plants' ability to communicate with each other, plants' ability to be aware of dangers around them. It's all on the cellular level, but there's not a brain process going on there. And for me to use the word sentient, I think you have to include a brain process. But I certainly don't disagree that plants have an awareness of their specific environment and communicate amongst themselves.
Well, that's just it. Plants do have a kind of awareness. They certainly have an awareness of sunlight. They will grow in the direction of more sunlight.
But I think that they find that is actually a reaction of the physical and biological structure, that the heat versus on one side versus the other side of the plant forces the materials to shift as they expand and contract based on heat and cold.
It's actually a photosensitivity, but you're going in the right area there.
Yeah, but so again, it's not sentience. It's just the nature of physical reaction to environment. But you take a creature like Coco, that as Coco learned language, Coco was able to create or express original thought, to create original sentences.
Mm-hmm.
And that original thought is, what makes me wonder about who has, what am I looking for? Intelligence of the kind that only we were said to have.
Mm-hmm. I think we're finding that that's less and less likely that we're the only ones with it. They have shown that chimps, dolphins, elephants seem to have a certain degree of self-awareness, and that's the latest definition of what is human versus everything else is self-awareness. And no, other animals have it too, and they can show it through experimentation. So now we're
with the mirror test.
Yeah, exactly.
I was just about to bring that up. Yeah.
Yep, that's one big indicator of self-awareness.
Yeah, when you're looking at the mirror and you're saying, "Oh, that's me." Yeah.
Yep.
And I've seen there's this one video that goes around YouTube.
Or in my case, oh, that's me.
The internet of the cat brushing.
Hey, sweetie.
While it's looking in the mirror. It sure looks like
my
self-awareness
mic's live
to me.
and Sloth Girl's here now.
Hi, love.
Hi, sweetness.
Hey, baby.
I'm saying hi to Sloth Girl.
C'è di bella compostetta io con se ne verini.
Oh,
Oh my.
Congressman Jordan is on TV getting his 15 minutes of Woody.
Yeah, I was watching that before I came in here.
Yeah, they interrupted Judy assholes.
In my in my opinion, for what it's worth, I'm finding this to be probably the most important proceeding in the last 47 years.
Or more. I think this is more significant than Watergate. I think
You might have a point there.
They're going to drag some Democrats into this. This is more than just Trump being a bad guy and his administration being a bad guy. This is our government being a bad guy and fucking with shit where they shouldn't be. And I'd like to see them all go to jail. I don't care what party they're from.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah. Well, I think it's, kind of the public needs to wake up and realize the level our government has gotten to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's complacency.
Because it's like we didn't trust politicians. We knew they all lied to us, but I don't think people realized just how much of it was going on.
Well, a lot of complacency got us to where we are now.
Oh, yeah.
Especially during the Obama years, and things were pretty good.
Yeah.
People really didn't worry about the underpinnings.
Yeah, well, I've been, saying for a long time that all the government needed to do was keep the majority of people reasonably comfortable.
Yeah.
Because as long as they felt they had more to lose than they could win, we weren't going to have an armed revolution.
And that's the game that the Republicans are playing right now. They're trying to keep the lid on it because they're trying to prevent us from finding out how deep this goes into how many levels and how many departments of government.
As if we don't already know, though.
Well, exactly. They're playing.
I mean, the whole point of Trump is Trump thinks we're far less intelligent than a lot of us actually are. Now, granted, some people are probably as intelligent as he thinks they are, but he kind of paints everybody with that brush.
He assumes we're all as stupid as he is.
He thinks he's smarter than everybody, too.
Yep.
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
I have to wonder how stupid Trump is because he does know how to pull a con.
Well, here's the thing. You can be really, really smart in one area and dumb as bricks in another.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He's good at... He's good with charisma, I think, because it takes quite a bit to do all of the bullshit that you've done and yet still have people following your ass. And also to not have anything stick so far. So he's good at that. Something that my mom used to tell me is when I was growing up was, and it's along the same lines of saying, never trust a man who says trust me. But it's more, the more often somebody says trust me or I'm the smartest person in the room, the less you need to trust them or trust their intelligence. Because they have to continually say it in order for you, in order to keep up that image.
Yeah, because the people who are truly confident in those things never actually have to say it. They'll just assume that the other people will realize it on their own.
Or they might say it once, maybe. But yeah, they won't continually say it over and over again. I sometimes wonder if and I know that Trump's partially doing it for his audience, but I wonder how often he has to say that to keep himself revved up.
Well, this. You had the whole thing about how does one lawyer tell another to go stuff himself, and the answer is trust me.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And you can put any descriptor in place of lawyer. I've heard them all. But, what the hell is going on back there?
Well, a lawyer is just the larval stage of a politician.
Pretty much.
Boy, that's the truth. But yeah, like I remember the first time I heard him speak when he was starting to campaign. He's like, "I'm the smartest guy in the room. I'm the smartest guy in the room." It's like he said it about 5, 6 times, and I was like, "Nope, you're the dumbest person in the room because you keep having to repeat that."
Yeah. Well, before he ever started campaigning, I hated Trump. You know, at least from the time he started doing The Apprentice, if not before that. It's just like everything I knew about him just seemed wrong.
Yeah.
No, it's just yeah, he had that whole greasy used car salesman thing all along.
Oh, I don't doubt that. It's just I wasn't paying that much attention to him personally before
Yeah, well, and that's why I
that.
mean, until he was on The Apprentice, I really didn't notice him much. But that show got so much publicity that even though I didn't watch it, you couldn't go more than a couple of days without hearing about him.
Yeah, that's true. I
Mussolini
tried to
Mussolini
mentally
used
block
to
that.
Mussolini used to include the fact that he was a genius in many of his speeches. That's well-known recorded history. Um, and he is the guy who invented fascism. So
Oh my word! Please excuse me.
Okay, the guy who invented fascism?
hmm
I guess you could say he invented modern fascism or had a big hand in it, or at least
he preceded
popularized the
Hitler.
term. Oh yeah,
He preceded Hitler. Hitler wasn't still in prison when Mussolini took power.
Yeah. Oh,
El Duce.
my great uncle was fighting in Italy when Mussolini was captured. And after they executed him, they hung his body upside down and they paraded all the soldiers across there. And the commanders were telling them, "This is why we came here. This is what you've accomplished." And the people from the town were coming out and bringing them gifts.
and other things, but
Mostly lots of cheese. That's what he remembered was there was a humongous amount of cheese.
oh yum. Yeah, give me cheese; it'll pretty much follow you anywhere.
Yeah, all the homemade Italian goat cheese.
Oh wow, yum yum yum.
Goat cheese is
I
pretty good.
prefer, I prefer most goat cheeses to milk or cow's milk, with the exception of a really, really, really sharp cheddar.
Yeah. Well, my brother, um, there's some dairy intolerance that runs through our family, but it's not the lactose intolerance. My brother's allergic to the casein.
Ah,
So the goat and sheep cheese is fine, but he can't have cheese from cow's milk.
Hmm.
Diana, did you bring enough for the whole class?
This is lunch.
No, but if she didn't, I have plenty of squash that I just cooked. I know Purple wouldn't be interested in it, but
The
I told him
question
I think
is,
no more squash.
how did you cook it?
Um, I took salt and pepper, parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Yes, like the song. But mostly dumped in with it.
Yeah.
Tossed it in the oven for like about an hour-ish or so, somewhere between 40 minutes to an hour. Then I peeled it, cut it up, and then I took apple cider, vinegar, a little bit of tiny bit of brown mustard, mix that all up, and then put it over the squash with some caramelized onions and shallots.
Moo. Very moo.
Yeah, I had an acorn squash. These half, scoop out the seeds, rinse it out, and put it upside down on a pan in the microwave for 7 minutes. Yeah, you just leave enough water in there so that it steams it from the inside.
Oh, I've never nuked a squash. That works.
Oh yeah, 7-8 minutes in the microwave.
Oh,
You know, for half of an acorn squash.
I've done
And
ears
like
of
I
corn
say,
in the
you
microwave.
rinse it out first so that there's some water in there. So with it upside down, it steams from inside.
I take it, Diana, you're huffing it to my house?
Mm-hmm.
Well, and then when it's hot, when you scoop it out, then you put in some butter and a little salt and brown sugar.
Yeah, see, I think that's partially why I do it the way that I do, is I can't use sugar typically. I know that there's some in the apple cider, but I ran it by Dad first to make sure that it wouldn't be something he couldn't have. But I can't add sugar to any food anymore. I can if I do it for myself or for Hufflepuff, but I can't do it for Dad. So I do other things to sweeten it up.
Now, it's any kind of sugar he has a problem with?
No, it's he can have natural sugars like stuff from apples and fruits as long as it's not too much.
Mm-hmm.
And he can have a little bit of coconut sugar, but like sugar, like what you would normally add to stuff, he can't have. And he also can't have brown sugar. He's pre-diabetic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I tend to try to sweeten things using stuff like squashes or caramelizing the onions, or sometimes adding a little bit of fruit to the meal if I want things to be sweetened. But yeah, I could theoretically add sugar, but it makes it harder for him to work
Yeah.
around his meals for the rest of the day, so I just don't do it. And it's actually been pretty easy. It's not really been all that difficult. It is much harder to deal with Hufflepuff's inability to eat cheese.
Yeah, my fiance was diabetic, so I had to get used to paying more attention to that and stuff I was cooking. Of course, she had a list of food allergies, so it was about 3 pages.
Oof. No, for him right now, it's basically don't add sugar to stuff. And don't eat candy or anything like that. And it's not really all been that difficult to deal with. I just find ways around it.
feeling chilly in here. Let me have a look at what's going on over there.
It's freezing outside, and you probably haven't turned your heater on.
We actually had to turn our heater on today. It was
Okay,
50 degrees in the house.
So the temperature is 72 Fahrenheit degrees, but it just feels. Yeah, I might have to throw a sweater on. I'm not turning the furnace any higher. Let me get a cup of coffee.
Yeah, we got snow coming down here again, and we got the grass covered, and it's finally remaining cold enough all day that it's staying. It used to be the sun was melting it off during the day, but the last couple of days we've been down around 0 and pretty much going to be like that all week.
Oof. I
Yeah, we
I
might
like-
get up
I
to
like the
like a
storm
high
that-
of about 20 degrees during the day, but then it drops below 0 at night.
I really liked the storm that came through. It completely missed us, went around to the south, and then nailed all you guys out east.
Yep.
And we didn't. All it did just get a little chilly here for a few days, and now it's back in the 20s.
Boy, boy. Where did I
We're
put
really,
the toothpick?
we're really lucky.
Yeah. Well, part of the problem we have here is that the
Sylvia,
Upper
did you leave the
Peninsula
picture in here?
actually is a
There it is.
peninsula. That we're surrounded by the Great Lakes, so no matter what direction it comes from, we get lake effect.
Yeah, I know where you live. And
Yeah,
I
so,
chuckle.
either if it comes up from the south, it picks it up from Lake Michigan, or if it comes down from Canada, it picks it up from Lake Superior.
Or if you get one of those weird from the Easters, you get Huron eating you up.
Yeah. Although, and again, this is part of why I can tell climate change is a real thing, because I've seen the weather patterns changing just since I've always had family that lived up here. And it's only in the last 10 years that I've noticed it doesn't happen as much. But before that, it was very consistent that whatever dropped on Minneapolis would hit this area of the Upper Peninsula 2 days later. It would come across Wisconsin and it would hit here.
Mm-hmm.
And, that was a consistent pattern that you could really predict the weather here. You could predict virtually every snowstorm just by watching the news in Minneapolis.
Okay, wait a minute. What was I? Oh, I know.
I'm looking real forward to when it hits the 20s later, and my house that is poorly insulated and doesn't have a very good heater
Yeah.
gets cold.
Yeah, down where you are, they didn't consider those things when they were building.
No.
Oh,
I think
Well, you
somebody
won't be
told
living there
me
too much longer anyway. With all the melting of glaciers and ice caps, you're going to pretty much be underwater soon. So most of Florida is going to disappear completely.
I have mixed feelings about that, because I love Florida, it's my home, but I realize we're a menace to the rest of the United States.
Tria, did
Not
you
as bad as
see
some,
what
but-
Tony
No.
Design put in the side chat there?
Not the whole state, Tria. Just the Florida man. He's got to go.
Yeah. No, I'm not seeing what Tony put in the side chat.
I mean, he said if you combine cardamom and cinnamon, it tricks your taste buds into tasting sweet.
Oh, thank you. That's another trick up my sleeve.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, you're talking about Florida, and I'm remembering a Bugs Bunny cartoon where they were putting bounties out on the dangerous animals, and they put a bounty on rabbits for 2 cents, so he was causing all sorts of trouble just because he was insulted by that. And there was a scene in there that he was with a handsaw cutting Florida off of the U.S. and sending it adrift.
Oh yeah, I vaguely remember that one.
Which is the thing on the thing with the thing.
My dad is actually convinced that eventually one day California is going to break off and go into the ocean.
No, that's not true. California is pushing into the continent, not out of the continent.
There we are.
Yeah, I tried to tell him that, but
Well, that's why the people in California aren't worried, because they figure when it breaks off, they'll be okay and the rest of the country will slide into the Atlantic.
Gee, that sounds like an ego statement out of Texas, not California. I would think California would just go like whatever, man, cool.
Yeah, I think Angie left so we can rip on Texas now.
I really don't like Texas as a political entity. I just despise that state.
Yeah, well, and unfortunately, one of the big problems is that Texas is such a big market that it largely controls the school textbooks. That they can't put much in the school textbooks that they would object to in Texas, because if they refuse to buy them there, they lose too much of a market.
Yeah, well, I kind of like what Aaron has been saying lately, and he's kind of hoping, or at least was the last I heard, that with the ability to print on demand, and I could definitely set up a print shop here, just with my machines and the printer I just bought and everything else, that may open up niche markets. And then, people can say, okay, Texas, you want that? You can have that. We'll have sane textbooks in the rest of the country.
Well, we've already seen a lot of that with, like the Kindle readers and that. That Amazon has people self-publishing books that they can download to the Kindle.
Mm-hmm.
So virtually anyone can publish their own work now.
Yep. Yeah, no matter how bad it is.
Yeah, because there isn't that, you don't need that $10,000 setup cost to print a book anymore.
Oh my! But dear friend of mine was set on writing a English textbook. It was a horrible thing, but she got it published for the low price of only a couple $1,000. Because Amazon was doing the printing and the binding and everything else, and they wanted a little bit, for their trouble in setting everything up.
Yeah, a friend of mine had a novel that he had originally put out as an ebook, and about 2 years ago, then he, as he put it, printed it in Dead Tree version. So that people could actually order physical copies off of Amazon. I don't know how much that wound up costing him.
What did he call it? What tree version?
Dead Tree version.
Dead tree?
Yeah.
Dead Tree, yeah.
Oh, physical as a.
Sorry, is my mic not picking up well?
No, Jen's not picking up well.
No, the stream is starting to go click click, like it does.
Don't look at me. I'm not typing. Really, I'm not.
No, actually, I was typing, but.
No, you talk about the publishing and everything else. That can work out very well in certain cases. I mean, RJ's book. Those of you who are familiar with Movie Night will undoubtedly be familiar with RJ Downard, who has published a couple of books via the Amazon, and he and Jackson Wheat are working on another one. So I mean, it does have its place.
Yeah. Actually, I'm very encouraged by the whole, how easy it is to self-publish now.
Mm-hmm.
It was one of the reasons why I kind of gave up on my earlier novels. That just getting getting an
Getting a
editor to
publisher
look at
interested.
them
Yeah.
took so much. So I might actually finish one now because I got somebody who can do the editing, at least for the mechanical parts of it. So then I'll have to find some beta readers.
Okay, that sounds reasonable.
We'll have to find you some beta males. Beta male. Just kidding.
No, we can
Move.
send it electronically. We don't need the mail.
Say, I think I'm gonna hop off here because.
Speaking
What?
of mail, Purple, have you got any word on that package?
Yeah, my sister-in-law said a package arrived. I haven't gotten over there to pick it up yet.
Perfect. It's as long as everything inside is functional or in good shape, then.
Okay. Yeah, I think Doc was signing off here.
Yeah, my phone is draining faster than it can recharge, so
Okay.
I'm about to die. So.
All right. Well, thanks for coming in. We'll see you later.
Yep.
You be
Bye,
good,
Doc.
sweetheart.
Goodbye, Doc.
Or-
Yeah.
Yeah, no. That's wonderful. And then yesterday, I happened to be going out the door just in time, and the male creature was here, and there was a box of cables for me, and yay! So I was fooling
Oh,
around
have
with
you
that
got
this
everything
morning.
you need now?
No.
All right. Yeah. Well, actually, I was going to ask you about that because, I could get some cables here, and I wasn't quite sure which ones you still needed. And I
Neither
know
am
one
I.
of them. You said you needed like a you need like an HDMI cable, but I couldn't remember how long you needed.
Okay, not an HDMI, DVI. But
Okay.
yeah, I've got some extensions on order. Hopefully, they'll get here next week. Aside from that, I'm not sure. Mainly, what's happening is I'm discovering what I need as I'm setting things up, and I need one of those. So
Yeah.
I'm just waiting until I can get 2 or 3 of them together, and because I hate to buy a $5 cable, make that one order and then another order of a $5 cable.
Right. Yeah. And if you
Jesus
have to pay
Christ.
shipping on each one, then that can double the cost of them.
Oh, easily. But I'm very close to the end, so we'll
Yeah,
see what
that's
happens.
Sloth Girl has the Amazon Prime, so I can get free shipping on most stuff, and that really makes a difference up here because we have so few stores. Like I say, I've got to drive an hour just for a Walmart, so it's like I'm buying a lot more stuff online than I ever had to before. And I really don't like shopping online. I want to handle the physical package to make sure I can see what I'm getting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the thing with me is, as I say, I did not realize that I would have to move the printer as far to the right as I ended up having to move it. I thought I was going to have it on that little hutch arrangement that I had over here. It's too high. So I have to put it on this little nightstand over here. And okay, there's a cable that I need now. Unless if I can move these over, the 2 towers, move those over, that would get the machines that much closer to the printer, and I might be able to use the cables I have now. So it's this whole thing about I might need that, but I don't know. And you don't know until you try it, and then you have to fool around with it and wait a week and all this other shit. Oh well. And then when I bought the printer, I went out to get a couple prescriptions and found out why I wasn't getting my prescriptions because whoever was sending these things to be done, and I told them where to go, and I even called the correct numbers, and I end up with a different store. End up with a different drugstore, and the one across the street from the one I intended it to get to. And it's like, oh, that's why I'm not getting anything. So now I'm going to have to call Becky and say, okay, yeah, can you write another one and make sure it gets to this exact store and this exact drug counter? And Jesus Christ, I hate this shit. But it's not that I want to be on an anti-cholesterol agent and an anti-hypertensive and God knows what the fuck else they want me on. I mean, the pharmacy is that much bigger. I'm a walking pharmacy already, and it's getting bigger than that. What are you going to do? This is what happens when you get old. Word to the wise, do not get old. It is not worth it.
In the words of Admiral Akbar, it's a trap.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
This is
my
the
problem
fun-
is the pharmacy here is pretty much incompetent. So it's like a couple of my medications they can't refill without contacting the doctor, and they keep sending the request to the wrong doctor's office.
Oh boy, yeah.
You would think after a year and a half on the same prescription they'd figure it out, but no, it keeps happening.
I just do not knowing anymore. Is the what you call him is the poo poo. That is what it is. It is the poo poo.
Oh, hey, Glober Mom.
Oh, hi. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling it too, because with the weather change, the arthritis is really getting me. My right hand is really painful today.
Oh no. Oh no.
This is why I need a left-handed trackball, because days like today, I don't have the finger dexterity to work the trackball very well.
Okay then.
With Windows, trying to point at the little icons doesn't work well. I mean, at my best, it doesn't work well because then I've got the Tourette's and my fingers just randomly jerk and I wind up clicking on the wrong things, but...
Oh my, not fun, not fun.
Yeah. That's really the biggest thing I don't like about Windows, is the point and click doesn't work well for everyone and they don't get that. I would rather have a command line where I have to type out words.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like the command line. I grew up on a command line. I mean, you had the very early windowing systems from Xerox PARC, but they were not globally available or easily available anyway. So,
I'll be back in a bit.
oh my. Hiccuping.
I
Oh
think
my-
exhaust is what died on me the night that I had to do that entire report on a typewriter. Good times.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Apple
Not.
kind of started the point and click by stealing it from Xerox PARC. There was a lot of what do you want to call it? Commercial piracy going on at that time.
Be right back.
Yeah, and I don't remember what company it was that first did it, but I had a black and white video clip that actually showed them using a mouse in like 1965.
Okay, then.
That may have been from Xerox. I'm not sure which company it was now.
And Glober, Mom, you're talking about those huge floppy disks. Do you remember 8-inch floppies? I worked with those guys.
When I was taking computer programming at the Technical Institute, that was actually the new thing. Our class was the first one to use them. That we went from the punch cards to the editors with the 8-inch floppy disk.
Okay.
So yeah, the first three computer languages I learned, and this was on the UNIVAC 9030s, not home computers. But
Okay.
the first three languages I learned, we were, using the paper punch cards that you had to have in the right sequence. And if you had one card out of order, it would do random things.
Wow.
And one of the things I will always remember is what one of the guys had set his, we were standing in line waiting for our turn to feed him in. And one of the guys had set his deck down on top of the printer and bent down to tie his shoe.
Oh, no.
And the printer ran out of paper, so the lid automatically came up.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and he had to manually resequence a deck of about 300 cards.
Oh, at least it was only 300.
Ooh, ow. I just walked in back to hear that, and ow, that hurts.
You did not want to drop an assembly language program on the floor that way. 3,000 or 4,000 cards just for a tiny program. Yeah.
Oh no! When I was talking about the typewriter, my mom handed me the typewriter that she used in high school, which would have been late 60s, early 70s. Yeah, I think I'm doing my math right.
Yeah.
So your mom and I are about the same age.
Yeah, you would have been.
Yeah, well, that's right through high school. I wound up just doing things on typewriters like that. And I remember the type that Glover Mom's talking about, that they had a memory of about 100 characters. So that you could type one line and you could go back and edit it, and then when you hit return, it would print out the whole line at once.
That would have been nice to have.
Yeah, but if you didn't catch it before you hit the return key, then you're back
screwed.
to the whiteout.
When I was in college, my job, I worked for the psychology department for 2 semesters for credit and grade. But they basically made you into an intern and had you schlepping and doing gopher work and all that kind of stuff. And my job became taking the raw data from various experiments that were going on and physically writing them down by hand onto giant graph paper, which would then go to the punch card person who would transpose that into the punch cards. Oy.
Yep.
God, the TDM computers used to be.
Well, that's... When I was in high school, the entire school district, which was 3 high schools and a couple of elementary schools, had one computer for the whole district. So the only thing in the building was a teletype machine communicating with that computer.
Oh, yeah. We did that when I was in high school.
But
Yeah.
I figured out that everybody thought the computer was some kind of supreme authority. So I gave up working with my guidance counselor, and I'd go into the office and I'd just put stuff into the teletype machine, and I'd just sit down and do it. So they assumed that I had authorization, because why would any student try that? And once it was in the computer, nobody would argue with it.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my.
Yeah, I was just being ballsy enough to do it without asking anybody, and nobody questioned me. But
I wish I had taken a little bit more advantage of it, but one of the programs that was in school, um, your senior year that you could get was you could have a class period that was basically you were assisting the faculty and staff at the school. And pretty much we were given these IDs, and if you had this ID, nobody would question where you went. There were obviously some places that were still off limits to us students, such as like teachers' lounge and stuff like that. But pretty much you could wander the entire school, and all you had to do was flash the ID, and nobody would ask you any questions. And I wish I'd like me now is looking back on that, like, damn it, there was so many things I could have done.
yeah,
I should have done it when I was a kid.
We could do that. We could do that too, Triumph. But only after hours because we did it with a master key to the entire school building. And we would break into the office at night and print using their supplies and Mimeo machine an underground newsletter for the school. And they never realized it was being printed in their office.
You know,
But they sure wanted to catch those people who are doing this.
Glover Mom, you mentioned that whiteout was well, you're talking about whiteout tape, but I'm thinking of the liquid. It was also called liquid paper. The invention of a lady by the name of Betty Nesmith Graham. Those who
Mikey.
remembers.
yep, I was going to bring that up.
Mikey's mother.
Yep, from the monkeys.
Can you still buy it?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
you can.
It's still available.
There are some major league catchers who use it as nail polish because they claim, they and their pitchers claim that it makes the fingers easier to see as they're giving the signs.
Oh,
That makes sense.
yeah, interesting. Yeah,
Although
I remember.
Nowadays they could get it like a silver gel. That would stand out really well too. And it would, be fashionable for nighttime.
There you go.
Nighttime, daytime. Nighttime, daytime.
Yeah, I remember when the typewriter started to have the ribbon cartridges instead of. I actually remember loading the spool ribbons on them.
Yeah.
And then the next upgrade after they had the ribbon cartridges was that some of them would have a whiteout cartridge. So that
I
they'd be
remember
self-correcting.
those. I remember those.
The social service agency I worked for was a crisis intervention hotline, and we saved the life of a young person who was suiciding, and that person's parents were so happy that we did that. They ran an office supply company. They gave everyone on the staff, which at the time was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 IBM Selectric 2 typewriters, brand new, and any 10 typeface balls that we wanted. And we were like suddenly became from the poorest to the richest agency in town, at least in terms of resources. It was great. I love those machines.
Yeah, well, Draconic, I readily admit to being an old fart. Yeah, of the people in this room, I am one of two who was born when the only satellite orbiting the Earth was the moon.
Yeah. Well, I've said I'm a
Well, you're forgetting the cow that jumped over the
sir now. I just don't have a lawn for you to get off of.
Moo. Well, there is the there's the little picture, the little cartoon, single panel thing that I've seen, where you have a cow falling to the earth and engulfed in fire. And the caption is, the cow that jumped over the moon had not considered re-entry.
I hadn't seen that one.
I'll have to look that one up.
I-
My ex found it years ago, and
I'll
let's
never
see.
forget the moon cartoon where there's two astronauts and a lunar lander in the background, and they're kind of standing next to this rock, and there's this woman's body down there, and the guy's looking at the other one and says, "It's Alice Crandon."
Yeah, I know that one.
Oh yeah.
And where are we? There we are. There we are. Yes, 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 yes. Okay.
Not so sharp.
Let's
That's
see what
really
we can.
painful.
I need my ears.
Yeah, remember
Yeah.
people are
My
wearing
ears.
headphones for this.
Move beef. Okay.
You made
so
Sammy
wait a
jump.
minute. Meow. Okay, so I guess I save the image like that. Now we go over to here. I know you're in there. There you are. And we have that. Oh, yay. And now we can go over here. I think. Yay. Yay, 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 yay.
I saw something that made me chuckle a little bit. You know how people make these, if we don't get married by X date, we'll get married type things?
Yeah,
I don't remember what it's called, but
yeah,
I
that's a
saw a
scary
version
idea.
of that was hilarious. It says, if both of us are single by 40, let's make a pact that we hunt each other down, and whomever lives wins. I was just like, that seems more like my style. I was like, although 40 is kind of close now.
Oh, what were those agreements called? Damn it. There was,
I don't know, but I never understood them. Ever. Like, they didn't make any sense to me.
it was just
Well-
a fun way of bidding.
Yeah, no, and I'm sure that, you know, for you, the ACE thing and that, it processes differently. I think for most people, it was this idea of there was so much pressure that people were supposed to get married that the idea of being single and being over 40 was like traumatizing to people.
I kind of get that to a degree because, and I say to a degree because you also have to remember how high the pressure for me to get married kind of was. That's kind of what pushed me out of being Mormon. But, look at what Orla just said. But still, the promising yourself to somebody just because seemed a little bit off to me. Like, it didn't seem for any other reason than, well, we're both single, so why not? And it just, I get the pressure to be married, but it's like, the why not sounds like a terrible reason to get married.
Yeah, it did always sound to me to be kind of a, desperation thing that it's like, well, if we get to that age and neither of us has found anyone better.
Yeah, that must be a really great feeling. Okay, so you're going to marry me because you didn't find anybody better. How low on the totem pole am I?
I had that agreement with a woman, Jean Hinkleman, just one of the sweetest people I've ever known. And we promised each other that if we didn't have anybody by the time we're 60, that we would get together for the rest of our lives. and we were both sincere about it. Except when 60 came around and I tracked her down, which took a year. She called foul because she said something about sex change. I don't know what the fuck. Our agreement was long before I transitioned.
Orla
So,
said, if I don't become famous by the time I'm 36, I'm becoming a serial killer. My birthday's in May, so people better start planning escape routes.
Box of Post Toasties found dead. Serial killer suspected. More at 11.
Oh no.
don't laugh, it just encourages her.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure my response already did.
I remember a cartoon of that too, that it had like the Rice Krispies elves and Tony the Tiger and the Lucky Charms guy laying on the floor with the crosses over their eyes and somebody saying, looks like the work of a serial killer.
Oh my God, they're actually showing tweets.
What's going on
no.
here?
On the hearings. I agree with your approach. Let's iron out the statement and use it to get date, and then Press Z can go forward with it. Response: once we have a date, we will call for a press briefing, announce upcoming visit, and outlining vision for the reboot of U.S.-Ukraine relations, including, among other things, Burisma and election meddling in investigations.
Eek.
Thanks, Twitter. Well, it wasn't Twitter. That was just messaging, SMS.
I got so preoccupied I forgot to send it out. Ugh.
And we killed it.
No, I was
It's
just
dead.
I was just switching back to the Twitter window for a minute because I just realized that we were running behind schedule and I never tweeted out that we were live, and that was an hour and a half ago.
Okay.
Oopsies.
So, oh well.
Yeah, because Facebook is so excellent about giving everybody the notifications. Or not Facebook, YouTube. Sorry, I'm in
Yep.
I'm in 5 tabs at once.
Well, my favorite people anymore, good old YouTube.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah, and what's this new thing that they started now that you're supposed to, mark if it's for children?
that thing, yeah.
But okay. Now see, I'm having a problem with that because I know a couple of good YouTubers that I know are still in high school, so they're like 15 to 18.
Mm-hmm.
So if I don't mark it for children, does that automatically make it unavailable to anyone under 18?
It may, as far as I can tell. And this is really the interesting thing. Now, you've got people like BBA, I think, is under 18, isn't he?
I
Or
think he's 17, yeah.
Yeah, and so, okay. Is it possible that he will not be able to view the content he makes? Come on, let's think about this.
Well, see, the thing is that, okay, I get that privacy for children, like collecting data on kids, should not be happening. I get that. I don't disagree with that sentiment at all. However, what I do disagree with is it seems that children are all treated the same from the lowest age you can possibly put them on a computer, whatever the hell that is anymore, to when they hit 18, and once they hit 18 they're adults. There are
Right.
varying levels of what you can tell children depending on their age. Grouping in the teenagers with the 5-year-olds makes absolutely no goddamn sense.
Yeah. Well, and that's where the biggest problem comes in is that, the teenagers are kind of a gray area there and in so many things and so many topics.
And what makes me nervous is, okay, so you've made rules that make it extremely difficult and basically set things up to where it's extremely difficult for a new channel to get monetized. Then you've got the new rules that say that anything marked as for kids cannot be monetized.
Yeah.
Or if they do run ads, they run ads and don't pay the creators, how it sounded like.
Well, and they've already had a separate YouTube for Kids service for, a number of years that was
Oh, they
supposed to
still
be
have it.
basically for anyone under 13, I think.
They still have it, they're just not using it.
Yeah, but that's what I mean.
Um,
It's like this is unnecessary because they already had that set up. So if they have a service for under 13, and if you could just give other stuff ratings like they do TV shows for, youth or mature audience or whatever.
yeah. But what concerns me is, okay, so you're not going to pay creators who are for the kids because new rules. I get that kind of sucks, but I understand that seems to be the only way that you could put compliance on for the COPPA law, which is written poorly as it is. Then you have people who are struggling to get monetized because they haven't got enough view time and enough people subbed. Then you have things that no advertiser is going to want to put money behind,
Yeah,
such as a lot of our topics that we
yeah,
go over. And then YouTube says we can just delete an entire channel if we don't see it as commercially viable.
Well, that's
So
where I was heading. Yeah, I
yep.
can
who
see
in
a
the
few.
hell, other than the really, really big with millions of people, who in the hell is commercially viable?
Yeah, well, that's YouTube, doesn't want to deal with small creators anymore. The corporate accounts bring in more money with, less man hours that they have to put in. So at this point, I think YouTube is really feeling that they don't want the small creators. They don't want any channel with less than 500,000 subscribers.
Well, here's the thing.
Well,
How do you get a channel with 500,000 subscribers if not from a channel that had 10?
Well, the corporate method is that you buy a bunch of people to just create phony stock accounts to prop up your numbers.
Okay, then. So the number of subs you have is now meaningless.
It really is because, I seriously, I think that's what, a lot of the channels that are being run by CNN and, like the major TV networks, I think that's what a lot of them did as soon as they started out. Because it's like they seem to come on and have 500,000 subscribers in the first week, and it's like, how do you get that if nobody heard of you?
And that even makes me call people who would otherwise be considered trustworthy or whatever into question. I mean, does Markiplier really have 25 million subscribers?
Well, and how many of those are actually live accounts?
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Because if it's somebody who's been there for several years, how many of those accounts were abandoned? And, it may be the same person that subscribed under 3 different accounts, but only watches one of them.
Indeed. And I have to wonder if anybody has come up with robo viewing yet to boost their view numbers and their view counts.
Well, I pretty much do that. I've got playlists set up for my friends and their recent videos, so I just pretty much have that running anytime I'm not using the computer for something else. So when I'm not home, you people are keeping my cat company.
Meow.
But
Yeah.
I do that just to give some of my friends extra view time on their channels.
I'm hoping that what I'm foreseeing doesn't actually happen. Because the more censored we get, the more likely things are to disappear. And my channel's tiny. I haven't done much with it. If they delete my channel, I just start on another place. But I know some aces who do very similar content to what I do, and they've been around for like 6, 7, 10 years. And I'm just like, I hope YouTube is not idiotic enough to delete those channels.
Oh, they are. Yeah. I am very,
Yeah.
very concerned for some of my friends.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's a big thing for anyone who's producing content for the GSRM community. Just
Yeah, because I can think of several people right offhand who are constantly demonetized.
yeah, well, if
Um,
if you have anything like LGBT in the tags, it will automatically demonetize you.
and then that puts you on the list for being disappeared.
Yep.
So, where is Kate going to have a living from? And then if you want to look at other subjects, uh, I understand that people with atheist in the tags, for example, are having a hard time. What about Seth? What about Dillahunty? What about Aaron? Um,
Yeah.
this is three names I can come up with.
And like I said, I can easily just switch over to another place. I'd have a mourning period and a processing period where I would be pissed off as hell and kind of not want to do anything anymore. But I know that once I processed, I'd be over it. But like, I'm really, really scared of like, there's Swank Ivy. Swank Ivy has had her channel for at least 10 years. And she puts out a video at least 2 to 3 times a week. All of those resources that she's put up for us, for I'm scared that would be gone because nobody's going to want to pay for that kind of stuff. That's not going to be something that advertisers are going to want to pay for.
Yeah, well, and YouTube is going to. They have really already shot themselves, and they don't realize it. Because when they drive the small creators away, they aren't going to be drawing any new viewers to the site. People aren't going to come to YouTube if they want to watch CNN or ABC.
No, there are other places to see that. Yeah.
They just watch those channels because they're already on YouTube watching something else, and then those are suggested.
Yeah, Jeff and I were talking.
I already know people who are like, fuck this shit, I only do live streams. I'm going to Twitch.
Yeah.
And honestly, I would do that if I was... Because I have done a lot of live streams, but I do want to get back into edited videos. I could do Twitch easily for live streams, but I haven't figured out which place is friendly enough and has a setup I like. I'm looking. I've been given like 15 suggestions. Yeah. But like, if Twitch would just add an ability to add like edited videos, I would be on Twitch so fast.
Well, I'd like to hear what you find because I've heard about a bunch of different sites, but yeah, it seems to largely be the problem that there's a lot of places you can go for streaming, but there really isn't anywhere, for edited videos.
And what looking
Yeah,
I've
well, and the
done,
ones that seem to be larger also seem to be like there's one that was suggested to me, and I think it was Daily Motion. Daily
I
Motion
looked
is
at them.
LGBTQ friendly. The problem is that it looks like it's all set up for news stories. Is what it seems to, just from like a quick cursory glance,
Hmm.
is like people don't seem to go over there for just like general education and discussion. It seems to be more news related things.
Now, what looking I've done, the other thing I notice is that nobody, unless I'm missing something, seems to have the organization that YouTube has. The searchability, the classification of videos, that sort of thing.
Mhm.
Everything else looks like the Twitter replacements years ago that never got anywhere because they were so crappy.
Well, neither did
Mhm.
YouTube when it started.
Right.
Discord's got a
But the
pretty
thing,
strong base. They could do it.
here's the thing though. YouTube didn't have it when they started. They made it because they were the only game in town. These days, there is the YouTube that's already out there. People have, I don't know that I would call it brand loyalty, I would call it inertia. Um, People who are saying, oh, I'm not going to learn another system because I don't want to, I'm too lazy, and they're proud to say it. Um, so if you want their presence, if you want their views or whatever, you've got to stay with the service that's killing us.
I refuse to accept complacency.
Yeah, I think Diana's right, and I'm guilty of some of that myself. It's just learning so many different softwares gets me confused. But
Because
YouTube's main thing is just that it has a user base of literally probably a billion users by now. And there isn't anywhere else that you have that large an audience. So especially if you're trying to do things for a niche market, going to any site that you're not going to have at least several million people a day logging in, you're never going to build an audience.
yeah,
Yeah, and the other thing is that everybody's gonna find something that fits closest to what they liked from YouTube. And while there's going to be a mass, of people leaving, we're all going to be leaving to different sites based on what our interests and everything are. So instead of having one spot where a bunch of us are going to be, we're probably going to have people go, well, this is my favorite YouTube person. They've gone over here. I'm going to watch this site. And because of human laziness, and I'm guilty of this too, they're going to be like, well, I'm watching this site already. I'm not going to check and see where some of the other content creators have gone. And there's going to be a massive split.
Well,
I
yeah.
think Twitch is going to be a big magnet.
Twitch would be better for me if they had the ability to do uploaded videos. That is the only problem I have with Twitch.
Actually,
that
the
I
one
that I
I could
can't
see,
get around.
the one I could see coming ahead for uploaded videos would be Patreon already has the feature to release early for your patrons. So they already have a way to upload videos.
Do they
But
have
you
the
have to
chat
have
function?
patrons in the first place.
Yeah, but that's what I mean, that if Patreon could expand on that, And you don't actually have to have patrons, you just have to have a Patreon account. I don't have any patrons, I could still upload videos there. Just nobody would see them. But, I could see Patreon as if they wanted to, that they could get into this and be a contender.
Do they have
Because
a
it
chat
is the
function?
site that so many YouTubers rely on for their income now.
Do they have a chat function?
No, they don't have any kind of live streaming. But I could even see that working if Patreon just did uploaded videos. I could see that going, that people would upload edited videos there and maybe do live streaming like on Twitch. And I could see that working simultaneously, that it wouldn't have to be one site that's doing everything, at least not right away. And they could take a couple of years to build up on one thing and then add other features.
That's actually because I would love to put stuff on Patreon and have videos actually show for non-patrons, because that would actually help bring people in. Because I know you do have the ability to give short videos as patron only content on there, but I've always kind of found it kind of weird that you can't post a few introductory videos for people who aren't patrons to see what they would actually be getting as far as your videos are. You could do an introduction video, but unless you know what you're really doing with an introduction video, which I wouldn't at this point, it can be helpful, but depending on who you are, it doesn't do much.
Typing.
Sorry. Just in the side chat. Tanya is actually a very old and dear friend of mine that I do not get to talk too much because now she's living over 1,000 miles away.
Well then, hi Tonya.
But yeah, we were both living, in Minnesota, and basically we both left about the same time. Just we went to opposite coasts. But she kept me sane for, the last 6 months I was in Minnesota. That we were doing a weekly movie night that I would pick her up from work and we'd, grab takeout and rent a couple of videos.
Oh, that would be so nice.
Back when there actually were places that you could rent videos. But it's just having that bit of socialization that I could count on, one evening a week was the only thing that kept me going for 6 months. And we got
but
side
yeah,
cycling.
I just want to have stuff ready because I don't think they're gonna axe me right on December 10th, but I'm pretty sure an axing is in my future. So,
Well,
I'm
I'll say that you might not expect it right away. It might take a little while for them to get to you. I'm figuring, it'll take a little while for them to get to me, although I'm going to be on the list. More because I don't have that many views. I mean, I'm lucky if I hit 100. I'm lucky if I hit 100.
Well, it's not just the views, it's also the kind of content, because there are a couple of advertisers who would probably be cool with my content, that I could think of off the top of my head, but maybe only one or two of them. Maybe. I also have the added bonus of one of the major advertisers here on YouTube is the Mormon Church.
Do they ever
So you can
advertise
guess-
on your channel?
Huh?
Do they ever advertise on your channel?
Nope, but they used to advertise on Jimmy's channel. They used to advertise on, they still advertise on Thinker of Thoughts.
I was
They
going to say,
advertise-
yeah, if you got
they
monetized, we'd
advertise-
probably see them on yours.
They got monetized. I believe Brother Jake is monetized, if I remember right. I'm pretty sure Mike Norton is monetized. Pretty sure. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure he is.
Yeah, before I got a more effective ad blocker, I used to see a lot of PragerU videos in front of the Apology and Vice Rhino videos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's pretty much, it's my guess is that they're pretty much like putting it there to kind of like guilt trip the people who are questioning things.
Nope, I don't think it's that intentional. I think it's just a matter of the tags. That if you've got something like religion as one of the keywords in your tags, they'll stick it in there.
Maybe. That's
I
actually
think it's
how
all
I
done
found,
by bots. I don't think any people are making conscious decisions.
I do, like I said, I do know that the most stuff on the Book of Mormon and like most of the ads came up when I was watching ex-Mormon content.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. From what I heard, that was a pretty funny performance. I just, is that somewhere that you can stream it?
What?
The Book of Mormon?
Oh, no, it's not. And I'm hurting because the cheapest it's coming into my area in January, and the cheapest tickets for the day that I can go are $99. And I'm so sad because that was something that Caps are fine and I wanted to do. We wanted to go because that was the day that I told her I was leaving the Mormon church. But she had asked me if we could listen to the Book of Mormon soundtrack because she wanted to know my opinion of it. And before she started it, I said, "Oh, by the way, did I tell you I'm leaving the Mormon church officially?" And like, we went to lunch, and she treated me to lunch, and then after lunch, we spent like 2 or 3 hours listening to the Book of Mormon soundtrack on repeat, while with the windows down and screaming out the lyrics at the top of our lungs. And then she dropped me off at home, and I had to try to keep from singing Book of Mormon lyrics around my house, because that would not have gone over very well with my family. And I texted her, and I was like, "Hey, can you come back and get me?" She goes, "Why?" I said, "Because I can't be singing these lyrics around my family." And basically, she texted me back. I don't remember the exact wording, but it was like, basically, "You're on your own, bitch." I was just like, "No, why? Why have you done this to me?"
Wait a minute, Purple. You say that Sirs is sponsored by an adult toy store. Great. So I guess I know where I'm going to go if I do any shopping in the near future.
Yeah, if you need to buy a new dildo, go sit on one of Cyrus's streams and he'll give you a coupon code.
Okay, we can do that.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, that's not a
Well,
joke. Flat out serious.
okay, tell me this again. What do I have to do?
Percent off anything at their website.
Oh, okay. So you just go to Cirrus and get a coupon code.
Yep.
All right, cool. Do you know
Yeah,
what
so
tool?
that's something he was developing as a new income source, and I like that one because YouTube doesn't get a dime off of it, and some things like the super chats, YouTube really gouges.
Oh,
YouTube
30%.
takes
Oh, yeah.
30% of the super chats, and it's like for that one added feature, I don't think they're entitled to nearly that big a percentage. Like 5% would be reasonable.
Even 10% compared to 30.
Yeah.
30 is outrageous. That's usury.
Well,
I
that's
mean,
why
the whole
I'll
system
never.
is usury at this point.
What's that?
Well, yeah.
The whole system is usury at this point. I
Yeah.
mean, somebody told me that, and they've got a decent sized channel. It's not like a tiny channel, but it's not huge. And they upload at least 3 times a week. And they told me that the most that they get is maybe around 40 to 50 a month.
Yeah. Well, anyone that I know of who's making any money through YouTube, it's not from the monetization, it's from Patreon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
But the problem with Patreon is there's only so much money an individual has to go around. I have people that I'm pretty sure would be on my Patreon if they weren't already paying 10 other creators.
Yeah, well, and that's basically what I'm doing. That I've got a limited amount, and just every couple of months I juggle it around to different creators.
And then they're also paying $10 to Hulu and $10 to Netflix and $10 to CBS and $10 and $10
Yep.
and $10.
Mm-hmm.
These people think that we're loaded.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Like you're saying, that all the streaming services now you're having to buy like one channel at a time, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my family only has one streaming service, and that was because Hufflepuff said we had to have it. So,
Yeah. Well, Sloth Girl just picked up Curiosity Stream. Which we're on an introductory offer now, but the actual cost of it's only like $36 a year.
But that is to his.
So,
Yeah, they're priced at like $3 a month. That's what it
yeah.
should be.
So that one's not too bad, and mostly it does have a lot of documentaries and stuff. It's the main thing they bill it on. But it does have a really wide variety of different programming, a lot of different subjects. So I'm glad that she picked that up because when I see there's a lot more there than I would have imagined from what I saw on the ads.
What bugs me is that on my television here, I cannot get CBS or NBC. Now I've never had cable in my life, so I don't know what I'm missing in that sense. So I don't have some hot burning desire to get it, but I do want to get NBC and CBS. Well, unfortunately, I can't get them through Hulu. I can get NBC through Hulu, but I can't get CBS through Hulu. So now I have to buy two things instead of just one. It's like, fuck. it's just such an uncaring system.
Just one of the reasons I don't mind not having television.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of the reasons I've become a YouTube junkie.
Well, my mom's in an odd situation where she is that you can't get cable TV out there. The cables just don't run that far. And on the antenna, which is, this is a mast that's 20 foot above the roof of the house, she manages to pull in 5 channels, 3 of which are PBS stations.
I would say that's not all that bad, but
No, I mean, if that's all you can get, that's pretty good. But yeah,
yeah.
Well, depends
it's
on how
just
they
kind of funny that
program.
she can't even get one of each of the major networks.
So what's she doing? Is she pulling down FM or is she pulling down C band or?
Now you've already lost me there. I don't know what the different bands are there.
Oh, okay. Well, regular garden variety television is the video goes out FM and the audio is AM. No, I'm sorry. It's the
Flip
other way
that.
around. It's the other way around.
Okay, well, I wasn't sure when they switched it to all being digital broadcasting. I didn't know what they were.
Back in the analog days, in Milwaukee, our local TV station, Channel 6, which in those days carried all the football games, Packers, all that good stuff, would come in at the very, 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 very far end of not all, but most FM receivers. And so you
Right,
can
and
get this
remembering
beautiful
that is
sound
yeah,
for
and
football games and stuff. But
remembering that
none
is
of the
what
others.
had me remember. Okay, I got it backwards. Yeah, yeah, because we used to get what the hell was it? Channel 8 came in at the very edge of the FM receiver's capabilities.
Yeah. Well, I grew up in the Chicago suburbs, so I remember before cable was even an idea. I remember when WGN was just the local independent out of Chicago instead of the superstation it is now.
You know what I really miss from the past, and this is going to be real stupid. This Channel 6 that we had in Milwaukee, they built their new transmission tower back in the 60s. And it was, for a time, the world's largest self-supporting tower. It's over 1,000 feet, and there's no guy wires at all. It's on the scale of the Eiffel Tower, actually, except bigger. Well, they took it was a standard three-legged tower, and they ran light bulbs all the way up each leg, and you could see this fucking tower from 40, 50 fucking miles away.
Oh.
It was just so cool. And then they dropped it because of the energy crisis in the 70s, and it never came back. And I would think nowadays with LEDs they could certainly do it much more efficiently and less costly, but they probably never will.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was
well-
one.
The Eiffel Tower has become such an icon of France, but it was originally just built to be a radio tower for the World's Fair.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to be dismantled after the fair was over.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
No, but you talk about the iconic stuff and everything. The MSB bitched quite a bit, and I actually agreed with him on this one. For the longest time, Cleveland had one of the two remaining "Go Go Goodyear" lighted signs, the diamond shape, and you had the first GO of Goodyear used to flash go, go, and then the whole Goodyear would flash up. The other one was in Las Vegas. But when that whole energy crisis thing hit, they dismantled it. And there was only the one. There was only the one left.
Milwaukee also had this Wisconsin Gas Company that they had a flame on the top of their building, not unlike the Statue of Liberty flame, kind of a pane of glass structure like that originally was. And they would light it up at night with different colors to predict the weather, to
Oh
inform you
yeah,
on the
okay,
weather.
yeah.
And I think they actually still have it going there now, but it's been a long time since I bothered looking at it. It might have been discontinued by now. But coincidentally, that was also the building that they used in Ghostbusters. The face of that building they used for the big building where the bad guy was and all that kind of stuff. I forget the names of it and things. But it was such a scary looking, imposing building that they saw it and they wanted it.
Is my to this to looking on the thing? Okay. Oh, for you, it's on that. Is in my finding for 2 into. But KDKA television had a weather beacon on the Gulf Tower, and you had the various colors for various weather conditions, etc., etc. And if I remember correctly, the one I do remember is the color for heavy fog was black. No, it really wasn't. No, but
A black light, huh?
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, the 60s were crazy.
One of the odd things I had mentioned about WGN, and one of the things that still strikes me as funny is if you know the Empire Carpet jingle, they were also a local company in Chicago, and they're using the same jingle today that they used back in the 60s when the commercials were in black and white.
Oh, fuck.
I don't know, just weird things you remember.
Oh, Daddy's still going. I has to remember what is what you call him. There was a company with. So they changed the company name to the phone number. It was a different something, and I cannot remember what the.
What are you talking about?
There's a jingle that I remember with the phone number. It was Garfield 12323 Garfield 12323. The company had a name way back when, and I guess that name has been changed, and the company is now called Garfield 12323, which is poo poo.
Milwaukee used to have this Pontiac dealer, Phil Tolkien, and he, for his commercials, had Ponty, the singing Pontiac. And of course, it was just this hood that would go up and down while some woman's in the background singing. It was extremely stupid, but it was so classic 1960s TV, crap TVs.
Yeah.
It was just terrible.
Well, I mean, the stuff that was cutting edge back then looks campy now. I mean, even if you go back and you watch the original Star Wars trilogy these days, and it's like, yeah, the reason we didn't realize all the plot holes in the story at the time was because we were dazzled by the special effects.
Yeah. Phil Tolkien's advertisements were not state of art of anything. He was a car dealer. Car dealers have the worst ads on the planet. Every one of them is, except that one that uses the trunk monkey.
Yeah, it is kind of a running joke on the industry.
Yeah, no kidding.
But yeah, they pretty much were always, low budget deals, and the best they could do was to, find a really pretty girl to run the commercial.
There was a company in Milwaukee called Fisher Office Furniture, and they came out with one commercial that was like kind of comedy based, and it had this these people, office clothes, office setting, they're arguing or talking or something like that, and some guy stands up and hits his head as he stands up, and it's an instant cut, flash cut at that point to a title box, I believe, and you can actually still find that thing on YouTube. And this was like back in the 70s. This was made. People just loved it for some reason. I should look for it.
Yeah, the car dealers relied a lot on gimmicks, and one that actually worked was back in the 70s. There was one car dealership that put up a big wooden privacy fence all around their lot. And it's not something they advertised, but it just spread that the reason that they did this was because one of their, you know, one of the salesmen there was a rather well endowed woman who was going to do it naked.
There it is.
But yeah, that definitely got a lot of people going in there.
Oh yeah, this is definitely the ad. All right, I'm gonna put it in the chat, but I'm on a different device. How do I get it over to you? Do.
Well, can you put it in the StreamYards chat?
Yeah. Is that good enough?
Yeah, well, if you put it there, I can transfer it over.
No, I know that's on a different device. I can put it in the YouTube chat.
Oh. Well, if it's not something you want to put, you could put it in the YouTube chat, or you could send it on Twitter.
Okay, I'll send it to you on Twitter.
Oh, okay. Now I see the link in the YouTube chat. You already dropped it there.
It just seems so
it.
weird for. Oh, you have it there. Okay.
Yeah,
It just seems
yeah. I
so
opened
weird
it
that,
from the YouTube chat.
that a TV commercial from the 70s is still on the is on the internet at all, but still to be on the internet after what is it, 20, 30 years now on the internet?
Yeah. It's amazing some of the old stuff I have found on the internet. One interesting thing that somebody dug up and sent is do you remember the game show I've Got a Secret?
Mm-hmm. Gary Moore.
Okay, my sisters were on that. And this was while I was still an infant, so this was like 1965 or 66.
Mm-hmm.
That my mother and all of my sisters were on that show. And their secret was that my sister Adele had made all of their outfits. And somehow that wound up on YouTube. So I've got a copy of it now, and I've got to burn it to a DVD to show my mom.
Oh, wild. Groucho Marx, You Bet Your Life.
Yep, I remember that.
You know who was a guest on it as a child? What's her name? Oh, fuck.
Good old what's her name?
I'm forgetting her first name. Murphy Brown, Hemingway.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm lousy with celebrity names. I'll only remember the characters anyway.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm forgetting her first name.
Wouldn't be Margot, would it?
Yeah, no. She was Murphy Brown on TV. She was Saturday Night Live's first guest host. Fuck. I guess I am old. How disappointing.
Well, I'm just Googling it. We'll have a second here. Candice Bergen.
That's it.
No, I don't know what I just said.
Yep. Well, like I said, I just typed it into Google, so that's what it came back with. like I say, if you ask me about any kind of celebrities or actors, I won't even know who you're talking about. I'll only remember the characters they played. Oh,
Is you broken?
now, like I say, it's with the weather change. I just
Are
tried to
you
stretch, and my shoulder didn't like that.
are you gonna play that commercial?
I don't think I can actually play a live video in this. I can screen share stuff, but that's really all I know how to do here. Yeah, I think the only way I could play a live video is maybe if I could download it and I was playing it, you know, in a window on my computer. I guess that would work. I don't know. I've never tried to do that.
Well, what the heck? We've been here a couple of hours. It's okay if it crashes.
Okay, well, first I gotta get downloaded into my computer. And YouTube doesn't like to let you download things.
Oh, have they screwed around with it again?
Oh, they constantly do. Every time I get a downloader that works, it only works for a couple of months, and then I've got to go find a new one. Uh, so yeah. Yeah, the one I have now is not letting me download this.
Oh, may I help you? Well, I was looking for an executive desk for my office. Of course. Now, this is our latest number, the 721, available for
Okay, who's got that playing?
Not I.
Nothing.
I was hearing it playing.
So was I.
No, you weren't. It wasn't paying. No, it wasn't.
Yeah, no, I can't download it, so I don't see any way I can display this. Yeah, but that's...
Hang on.
I guess that would work, that, if I could download and if it was playing on the video player on my computer, I should be able to screen share it.
Insieme tutti sto looking to making. No. Oh.
Now you got me curious, and I'm wondering if I've got some short video I can try that on.
Well, what if you had a window open that was just open to YouTube and played it on that you could share that window?
Yeah.
Wait, what do we have here?
Let me see. Maybe that would work if I can get this to open an extra instance of of my browser. Let me try opening it in a separate browser and see if I can do it that way. Okay. And I haven't used this one in a while, so is it going to load or is it going to force me to do an update before I can use it?
Oh, wait. Is that what it's called? Hang on here.
I think I got it here.
Let's go to bye, and then we go to here.
Just kind of checking that this isn't going to be showing any personal information. Okay, yeah, I think this will work this way. Hello. Okay. Back to StreamYards. Let's see if we can do this as a screen share and see if we can get to look at my other browser.
Okay, chat, get ready. This is a whole new concept in StreamYard to YouTube chat. It's YouTube to StreamYards to YouTube.
Okay, now the problem is when I do this, I'm going to wind up going blind. I'm not going to be able to see the StreamYards while I'm playing this. So
Okay,
for a
we'll
couple
tell you
minutes,
when
I
it's
can't
over.
see what's going on in the chat. Okay, are people
Now's the
are
time
you
to do
seeing it?
something bad.
Well, okay, are you seeing the other YouTube channel now? Did that work for the sharing?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so let's just play that.
Now's the time to say
Turn
horrible
it up.
things in chat.
Volume?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the max volume.
Get your mic close to the computer speaker.
Oh.
That's it. I don't know why it's still there, but it is.
Okay, that was funny. Okay, well, hey, that was interesting. We figured out a way to do something new here.
I
So
don't
we
remember
actually
that
found a
being
way
the
we can
80s,
watch
though.
videos together.
Because I remember when I first saw that commercial and where I was living at the time, and that wasn't the 80s. So that moniker is wrong on that vid.
Yeah, and that would work a lot easier if I can get my second monitor set up. I've got a second screen I can have. My problem is I don't physically have a place to put it. So I'm actually thinking at this point I may actually have to make a floor stand for it that would
Hang it on
hold
the
it up
wall?
at the right height. Just so I can kind of like, roll it out of the way when I'm not using it.
Could you hang it on the wall?
Well, that's the thing. I don't have any wall space left. I've basically covered all of my wall space with shelving. Just because I've got such a small apartment, that storage space became a critical factor, and I'm trying to go through like all my collections of toys and games and thin things out. I'm selling stuff off. So just the process of having to sort through all that stuff has required me to have a lot of shelving space. So I've got one more unit that I have to finish, which is going to include a new desk. And I'm literally going to have these custom-made shelving units wrapping all the way around 3 walls of the living room. Basically all built out of the pre-laminated chipboard crap that you get. But it's not great, but it's a cheap material that's easy to work with, and it's pre-finished. Although the stuff's not very durable, so that's the reason I haven't got the last part done yet, is that for the desk, I figured the finish wasn't durable enough. So I pretty much sanded off the top laminate, and I'm putting a couple of layers of appliance epoxy over it. And that's taking a while because basically I have to allow 5 to 7 days between coats for it to dry.
Jeez.
So yeah, it's still waiting for me to put the final coat on it.
What is it, an oil base?
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's it's the stuff they use like for coating refrigerators. So it's a bit of an epoxy resin, so it's got all the solvents to keep that liquid till you apply it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it takes about 5 to 7 days at room temperature for all of the solvents to evaporate out of it before it's actually solid. And trying to do that and keep the dust out of it so that the thing stays smooth. That's the big trick. Is it's just I keep having to fine sand it between coats because I get little specks of dust that make bumps in it.
Well, I'll think less of you for every bump that's in there, so you better do it right.
Well, just for a writing desk, I want it to be real smooth.
I'm just teasing.
And, then that will also be, a place I can use for photographing stuff. Mostly for photographing small stuff that I'm putting up on eBay.
Did you look in any of those photo cubes that I mentioned?
Yeah, well, that's basically, this would come up to be a similar thing. So it wasn't so much the setting that I was working with. I was just more for camera settings and that I was looking for advice because I don't know much about cameras. And that's...
Well, you'll be using a digital. You'll be able to set it for an automatic.
Yeah, well, that's... my camera got smashed, and that's Diana was sending me her old camera.
Yay.
Because I needed something that's actually got got an actual optical zoom.
Yeah.
To be able to focus it on small objects properly. Otherwise, the autofocus always wants to focus on the background and completely miss the thing I'm trying to get a picture of. So then the figures always wind up looking fuzzy and not going to get many people to bid on it if I don't have good, sharp pictures. What is Kitty doing?
Kitty is doing kitty things.
Oh, my kitty here.
Oh, that's what he's saying. Yes.
Yep, he's decided to get up for a while.
Kitty to being the kitty.
He's probably waiting to go visit. I get worried about him, being alone too much and not having a companion of his own type, so we usually go and spend a couple hours a day next door. But Petunia is rather a bully.
Yeah.
Which just, if he would ever stand up for himself, because she doesn't even have front claws. But I think that's just, he's always been like that. When I got him from the shelter, they said he came in with a female companion. So I think he's just used to women beating up on him. Yes, here we
I
go.
know
Now
where
we're
my
back.
cat is. He made a cave for himself underneath the blankets.
Yeah, this guy's very good. And in this small of an apartment, you don't think he'd be able to hide. But somehow he can always find little places that,
Mm-hmm.
I can go for half a day at a time that I won't be able to find him because he'll have found some little space in the shelving that he could crawl behind something. I am trying to cater to him.
Elmer's favorite spots tend to be around the bed area. So it's not all that difficult to find him. he likes the bed because it's next to the window.
Hmm.
And so there's blankets, there's the window, there's hiding underneath the bed. Um, I have a few boxes next to the bed with things in it that he likes to jump into. So usually pretty easy to find.
He's definitely a climber. He likes to get up high. And, Petunia does not climb at all. She doesn't get off the floor except to go on the bed. So I'm even trying to cater to him. And on one of these 6-foot high shelving units, I'm putting in a set of steps that he can go up from the shelf that's at window level so he can climb up to the top of it.
Yeah. Elmer prefers anything that is a blind spot. If he thinks that he can escape from a higher vantage point, he will. If he thinks that he can get it from a lower vantage point, he will. If he
Yeah.
thinks he can dash from the bed, he will. And he
Well, like
never
when
does it from the same spot twice. So I'll look to make sure he's not about to dash, and then out he goes.
Yep. Well, if a stranger comes in, like when they do maintenance or anything, Sammy hops up on top of the fridge and gets up on top of the kitchen cabinets. So he likes to get up by the ceiling to be as high up there as he can if there's anything strange going on.
No, my cat is an escape artist. That is his favorite hobby, is trying to escape.
Yeah, well, I can understand that if you're kind of stuck in one room all the time.
Even before he was stuck in one room, he escaped a good 5 or 6 times when we first got him. And it was very obvious he wasn't trying to get away from us. It was more of a, woo, what's this stuff? Which
Yep.
is why I wish I could get to a point where I'm going to try at the beginning of the year to car train him a little bit. Because I really want to travel with him. And I think once he gets the idea that he's not being dropped off anywhere, I'm not taking him to the vet, I think he might actually enjoy it. Because
Yeah,
he really
Sammy
does
out on
like,
a leash.
like exploring.
So I'm going to get a leash and harness for him, and at least I can kind of try it in stages with him. That I already take him out to just kind of walk around the hallway up here. So, with the leash, I can, take him down to the main floor of the building, and there's a community room and that down there. So can kind of do it. That's still an inside environment. So if he slips out of the harness, although he's not likely to really run away, he comes back when I call him.
Elmer does not come back when I call him.
We had a dog in St. Paul that I found out anytime, she loved to get out and run loose. And I found the best way to get her when she ran out was I would go out and sit on the sidewalk and put the leash in my lap so she could see it. And once she saw the leash, she would come running up to me because she figured if I put the leash on them, we were going to the park, and that was better. Yeah, so the best way, chasing her was it was a game to her. But if I just sat there with the leash, then she'd come right up.
I taught my dog how to poop on command.
That I've never seen.
Yep. He's got a need to do it, of course. But
Yeah.
Dogs like to fuck around a lot before they do their job.
Yeah.
And when it's 20 below, you don't want to stand there waiting with them.
Yeah, well, and it's very useful if you
that's
can tell
what
him
she
to
uses
do it
for.
in one specific spot.
Yeah, well, that he hasn't figured out, but he does it within a moment or two, or of me telling him to. I also taught him how to unwrap himself from a pole. I mean, he can't figure it out on his own. I have to guide him, but they have to unwrap opposite the way that they got wrapped up. And I taught him other way. That if he's moving one direction but he needs to go the other, I tell him other way, and he stops and goes the other direction around the pole, um, and will untangle himself that way. I did that because a dog trainer. Um, I knew. Well, I didn't know she was a radio personality in Wisconsin. Oh God, what was her name? She trained border collies too, for competition. But she said you can't do that. A dog can't learn that. Bullshit. So I taught Cubby how to do that.
Yeah, well, again, a very useful trick. I wish I could have taught ours to do that. Yeah, because she would do that. She'd get wrapped up around the sign at the bus stop, and as I was trying to unwrap her, she'd keep running around, so it's like sometimes I wasn't really making any progress.
Well, it's actually pretty easy to teach them. You set them up so that they have to, not that they're necessarily going to go around the pole, but that the leash goes around the pole. Okay, like
Hmm.
they walk past the pole and then they turn left. Okay, and now the leash is touching the pole, and you just pull the leash. It's a little bit cruel to teach them, but you pull the leash and pull them back to the pole. Their response as they approach the pole is to go further around it and get wrapped up. And so you just let them wrap up until they catch, and their natural response is to turn and go the other direction once they yank, at their neck. And at that moment, you say other way, and that
Yeah.
eventually fuses in that other way means to stop and go the other direction. Um, it takes them a while for them to associate it with both directions, but they pick up on the action pretty quick.
Yeah. Well, and I'd always gotten away from the collar and went to using a harness just because I didn't want them to,
Mm-hmm.
strangle themselves
It
if they
would work
pulled
with a
too hard.
harness too. Then I added to it once he got down the differentiation, or I should say that um, conflating both of them or both directions to mean the same command. As he would go around the pole, I would teach him go around, which meant the action of moving around the pole in one direction or the other.
Hmm.
So now I can tell him a combination of go around, and the other, and he figures it out. It's pretty neat.
Well, when you explain it, it makes sense, and how you train them to do that. I just guess it never really occurred to me. The best I was able to do was just to manage to teach her to sit still while I unwrap the leash the other way.
Well, I think any dog can learn it. I think any
Yeah.
any person can learn to do it. I'm certainly no genius when it comes to
No, like
dogs.
I say, when you explain it, it makes sense. I don't know, somehow didn't occur to me when I had a dog.
Now, if I could just get him to sit.
No, I think every animal has that one command that you would think would be simple, that they're just like, does not compute. Um, Elmer knows damn well what come here means. He's just a cat. He ignores it. But one of the things that I've had trouble with him, and I've finally kind of given up, is getting him to scratch scratching posts instead of furniture. So I finally just said, you know what? Here's your piece of furniture that you're allowed to scratch up. Keep your claws off everything else.
Yeah, that's the one thing I can't teach Sammy is to not claw at the recliner.
Yeah, I've just given up. Like the chair that I sit in, he's torn that to shreds.
Yeah.
That's his. He can tear that up, but anything else, nope. And I tried all of the things people told me to try.
Yeah. Well, and that's what Sammy's doing, and it is because it's the part, the side that faces the walkway. So, it's where the high traffic area is that he feels he needs to mark there.
I put scratching posts everywhere I could think of, every place near where he was scratching. I tried catnip, which
Yep.
didn't work
I
because
was actually thinking of, they've got the scratching things that are just, a bunch of pieces of cardboard on edge. And I was actually thinking of making a custom one of those that's just the right size so I can actually just tack it to the side of the chair he's already clawing on. So then he just shred up the cardboard. I could just keep replacing the cardboard.
I tried something like that with Elmer. He just found a spot close to the cardboard and just went at it. Little rat.
Well, Sammy does have a cardboard scratcher that he seems to like the texture of that. And I think that's actually better for him because I've mentioned that he can't fully retract his front claws. So in the fabric, sometimes he gets caught and he'll be, hanging there and not able to pull one paw free. And with the cardboard, that doesn't happen. So I think he actually probably would prefer the cardboard over the fabric if it was in the right place.
I couldn't get Elmer into the cardboard. The closest I got was when I put catnip on the thing. He stopped ignoring the cardboard, but instead he would rub his face all in the catnip and then spend the next 15 minutes trying to figure out where the smell of catnip was coming from and whipping around trying to figure out why is it following me? It smells following me. I don't understand. Why is it following me? Mom.
Yeah, when I had Guapo and Fiona, they tolerated each other. They never really liked each other. But when I put catnip down, Fiona would roll around in the catnip. And she would just get stoned out of her gourd and then just lay there. And Guapo would go over and lick all the catnip out of her fur.
I wish there was such a thing as dog nip.
And about 15 to 20% of cats don't react to catnip.
No,
I
didn't know.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
something I just learned about a year ago. And I had wondered about that because the cat that I had in Minnesota, Tasha, I used to say she was the just say no poster child because she just paid no attention to it at all.
When I found out that a higher percentage of cats actually were into catnip than not, I was surprised because Elmer's the first cat we've had that actually does like catnip. Every cat that we've ever owned in this house has not been a catnip cat. They just look at it and they're like, "What's this stuff? I don't understand. Why are you so excited, human?"
Yep.
Nope, I'm out.
Well, and the cats that it does work on, apparently, the catnip, causes, the release of the chemicals in their brain that, to them, it's the same chemical mix as when they're bonding with a mate. So basically, they like the catnip because they're feeling like they're in love.
Because they like the sex.
That explains a lot with Elmer. Holy shit.
Is your
No
cat Ace
wonder
too?
Oh, he is not Ace. But he's okay. The way he shows me he wants attention is he goes belly up and he rolls his head around like he's rubbing up against stuff.
Okay, yeah, I've seen that in other cats.
Yeah. So the fact that Elmer rolls around in the catnip instead of doing the clawing thing kind of makes sense to me.
Yep.
Cuz he doesn't do claws. Well, he does a little bit when we go to bed, but usually for him, he doesn't prefer using his claws. He prefers like doing a performative dance. And usually, if I ignore him too much, he'll meow as if to look at me and basically be like, "Hi, I'm doing my best work over here, and you're just like totally ignoring me. You're
Yep.
you're a bad mom. You're not paying attention."
Yeah, so he's kind of like doing the mating display to get your attention.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh. Mm, crazy kitty time is over. This one's crashing again.
I have not seen Elmer in a couple of hours, but it is kind of chilly in my room. My room is one of the ones that can't keep heat.
Hmm. Yeah, well, guess I know the building codes nationally and for a number of different states, and yeah, you get very far south and there's nothing about insulating places.
Yeah, which doesn't make sense because, like, if you insulate properly, it'll keep the air conditioning in and, you know, and keep the heater warmth in as well.
Yeah,
Um, but they didn't do that for either. And on top of that, there was a housing boom when this house was built.
hmm,
Hold on a second.
yeah. Well, it's the building codes haven't been properly updated, and really before the mid '70s, residential air conditioners were so expensive that they just weren't practical for most houses. So the building codes didn't even consider them for residential.
Sorry about that. I had to pick up a phone call.
Yep, heard it
Um,
ring.
but what happened with our house is we can tell that it was built fairly quickly to get through the housing boom. And the air conditioner that they put in was technically legal, but it was like bare minimum type thing. And there's
What
about 200 square feet of the house that it does not cover.
what year
So
was it built?
I believe my house was built in 1972 or 73, somewhere around there.
Yeah, see, people were just beginning to think about insulation, even in the northern climates then. Even in the northern climates, the houses, many did not get insulation
Yeah,
up until the 70s and on.
yeah. Well, the thing is that the insulation's not the only problem with this house. There were a lot of things that if people had taken the time and weren't looking for a quick build, and I can't think of hardly any of them now, but there's a bunch of little things that were like you could tell this house was built in kind of a rush. And we've had some things fixed along the way since we've been here because we've been renting this place for a while. Uh, but there's just a bunch of design flaws that scream, "Hi, we were just trying to get this built at the bare minimum as fast as humanly possible."
Yeah, one of the things that really frustrated me was, since I was just doing independent home repairs and renovations for so many years, is just when the housing bubble hit, and especially when people were doing the flipping, that people would hire me. Hey, Pirate Kitty.
Hello.
You know, and it's like they just wanted the stuff done fast and cheap. And it's like, you know, I was embarrassed to do work of that quality. You know, I really didn't want to do it, but it's all they were willing to pay for.
Hello, can you guys? Okay, there we go.
Yep.
Dus je
Hey,
bent
yeah, we
rustig
hear you,
aan.
Kitty.
Meow.
Well, I mean, it's stuff like the kitchen setup. It is a small kitchen, but there are ways that you can set up a kitchen to where it's workable. Even in the kind of space that I've seen, and like 3/4 of the cabinet space really isn't technically usable because it's all in a weird corner. And so stuff gets lost behind there.
Yeah.
And the thing is that that's all your counter space in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, one of the ones I did in Minnesota that really bugged me was they wanted, you know, again, they just wanted it as fast as possible. So they wanted me to put a linoleum floor down because they didn't want to pay the money to have the wood floor sanded and refinished. And I couldn't bring myself to do that. So I worked overnight one night and I went and I cut out the old floorboards and replaced them with OSB. And I harvested about 250 square feet of 3/4 inch thick oak that I used for other projects in the years after that.
Yeah,
You know, but I wasn't going to waste the oak like that.
it always breaks my
Yeah.
heart when I see them demolish a house. So much of the lumber is still usable. You know, especially when they knock something down and it's 100 years old, balloon frame, whole thing. They got these 15 to 20 foot long 2x4s, which are actually 2x4. You get the nails out of there and cut those things down to standard sizes for today. They're perfectly usable. You 12-inch subfloor boards. It's amazing what you can harvest out of an old house instead of just demolish it and throw it away.
Yeah. Well, and around here, you know, if I had the equipment to take down a whole building safely, um, in this rural area, there are some things that would definitely be worth salvaging for the lumber. You know, there's a couple of 100-year-old barns that have half collapsed. Of course, then I've got the problem that I don't have a place to store the stuff, so probably wouldn't
That's
really
the-
be practical for me.
that's been the problem here is we've had trouble a lot with the trees going down and a lot of the lumber going to waste.
Well, yeah, you've got hurricane winds to deal with.
Well, and the thing is that like we don't have a place to keep it for one thing. We don't have money to pay. And sometimes people will come around and they'll be like, I'll haul some of this off for free. But, you know, they only want to take so much. Because, you know, there comes a point where you're spending so many trips back and forth, it's not worth it anymore. Because we're talking about the past couple of times we've lost trees, they were huge old oak trees. So a lot of times, a lot of that lumber goes to waste, which is sad.
And a lot of times it doesn't because they reuse it. It's a new thing. There are stores that set up just for old hardware, old doors, all that reclaimed stuff nowadays. If you, People
Well,
can
the
get their
thing
life.
is that if the wood is rotting because of the humidity and all the rain,
Well,
then
yeah,
yeah.
that's not usable. But
Yeah, this isn't going to look so good because the resolution's not on, but I'm going to put it up anyway. Um, I don't know how well you can see that because the resolution doesn't blow up well. But the
Free
sign says
firewood
free
U-Haul.
firewood U-Haul.
oak.
That was somebody's vehicle under there, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
there's a rather nice car crushed under there.
Oh,
That was an oak.
That's
Yeah.
actually been a
Boy,
a concern of mine lately. Is the area that I live in, the area just outside my apartment is very wooded, and some trees have fallen. And a tree fell one day. My boyfriend pulled into the parking lot, got out of the car, was standing next to the car getting his stuff, and the tree fell in the parking lot on the other side of the car. Didn't hit our car, didn't hit him. But if I had been in the car, it would have hit me because I'd have been getting out of the car on the passenger side. So now I'm always worried about those trees outside.
The house I lived in St. Paul had an 85-year-old cottonwood tree that had a trunk that was literally 3 feet in diameter. I mean, it took 3 of us, hands joined, to reach around it.
So are
And
you are you saying you gave that tree a reach around? Sorry, dad joke.
yeah, but yeah, that actually came down in a storm and it crushed the house. And I had just redone the roof the
Oof.
summer before, and it was a good thing
Oh.
because when I redid the roof, we had carpenter ants, and I wound up that it wasn't just reshingling the roof; I had to reframe the whole thing. And if I hadn't reframed and reinforced the whole roof, if that tree had come down 2 feet further, it would have crushed my stepdaughter in her sleep.
ooh. I really
My
should
dad-
be more. Oh, go ahead, Jenny.
My dad, when he passed and we sold his house, had this silver maple in the front yard that we actually found a picture of when we first moved into the house, where the tree was only about 8 to 10 inches in diameter. But after 40 some years, this thing was huge. I mean, it was just like 4 feet in diameter. But it started to rot, in the crotch, the way they do. Silver maples are known for it.
Yeah.
They're just awful trees for safety and stuff. Well, we told the new buyer about it and strongly recommended that they remove the tree. In fact, we even put it in the contract that have been informed to remove that tree. But they like the tree. No, we like that tree. It gives the house lots of shade, which it did. But I haven't been back lately to know, but it was still there a year and a half ago when I was home. But if that thing drops, that thing could take out 2 houses easy with the way it's positioned. I'm scared for those folks. I wish they'd cut it down.
I can
I
understand the
think-
hesitation to remove a mature tree, but yeah, you have to assess the condition it's in. And that cottonwood I was concerned with, but my ex's grandfather had planted that tree, so she was not going to let anyone cut it down.
I mean, never mind.
One of the
Yeah.
trees that I planted with my dad when I was a kid, it was in 1965. We planted this willow tree. It was just about 3-4 inches in diameter. It grew into this massive, how willows get, massive, beautiful tree, and it was knocked down in a storm. Well, this was about 10 years ago now. and we'd heard about it, and I had to go back and see. It had broken in half.
Oh, really?
And the part that was left was about twice the size of the original tree when we planted it. But it was so sad to see a tree that you planted in your lifetime and grew to
Yeah.
maturity gone.
Well, and willows usually don't break. They usually just fall over, come out by the roots. Because it's actually a very flexible wood, but they tend to have a very shallow root structure.
It's really nice wood to work with. I've worked with willow. It's got some real nice tones to it.
Yeah, and yeah, never buy a house that's got a willow tree in the yard. Because a willow tree will not grow to any size if the area doesn't flood on a regular basis.
Ah, I see.
They like an extremely wet soil. That's why you'll most often find them like growing on the banks of a lake.
My sister-in-law had a 50-foot willow in her front yard that they finally took down because it was just getting too threatening.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to keep the trees, but you have to weigh that out if it's going to destroy the house. And that's the cottonwood came down because the carpenter ants had gotten into that too. And, you know, they were starting to hollow the tree out.
Yeah, Bobka lost a half dozen cherry trees that way. They've been standing on the property, and no indication that anything was wrong. But after a particularly heavy storm, the trees were down, and all of them were shot through with carpenter ant tunnels.
Yeah.
Cherry's beautiful wood.
And carpenter ants are a little unusual as far as the ants go, that they don't always function from one central colony. They actually will set up satellite colonies that don't have a queen. So they're extensions of one colony, but they will be operating out of like remote bases. So they can actually be functioning in other trees away from where their nest is.
Well, they're usually only interested in rotting wood.
Yeah, they want the wood to be dry because it's easier to chew up.
I couldn't begin to tell you how old those cherries were. Bobka had probably over a century.
I'm sitting here thinking I probably should be a little bit more concerned about the trees in my yard than I am. Yay!
Well, and unfortunately, to get somebody out there knowledgeable to really assess them,
yeah,
a big can part also cost you a couple bucks there.
Do you know what trees you got? What type?
Not anymore. I know we got rid of, didn't get rid of, but the oaks that we had definitely fell. But I don't know specifics about any of the other stuff. I think we have one more oak tree, maybe.
Well, whatever tree you have, if you find a tree and it looks like it's split or the bark is torn away or it is weeping sap from a crotch, you have an issue that needs to be looked at.
The problem is that our landlord doesn't typically take care of that kind of stuff, and we can't pay for it ourselves.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah, it's a problem if you don't
Honest-
own the property.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, and technically, unless we can prove that there's a problem with the tree, um, around here in Florida, they don't really care all that much, which kind of bites. But
Well, Florida's used to getting houses knocked to death, so.
Well, Florida's kind of like little Australia, that only half of the stuff is out to kill you.
Yeah, but they import more. Now they got those big snakes that'll take you out.
Yeah.
well,
Did
that
any of you see
actually
that video that's been going around of the kids whose dog is being killed by a big boa or python? I don't know what kind of snake it was.
no.
And they go and beat the snake off the dog. They didn't even kill the snake, but they were able to unwind the damn thing. Snake was, God, twice the size of the kids,
No, I didn't see
and
that one,
they
but yeah,
rescued their dog.
that's one of the problems they're having in Florida is that the Burmese pythons that were brought in as pets have escaped into the wild and are
Mhm.
breeding because they don't really have any natural predators there.
Yeah.
So they are breeding and they are finding ones that are growing to extreme sizes of 8 feet. I did see a video of one of these pythons crushing an alligator. So they will eat anything they can grab onto, and their typical habit is to climb up to high branches and trees so they can just drop down on things that walk under them.
Yeah, I don't I don't hear much about pythons up here, so I don't know if that's I know that that's a problem in Miami and a lot of the other swampy areas.
Yeah,
And even though I do live in a kind of swampy area, it's not quite the same environment. So I don't know whether or not we have a problem up here and I'm just not hearing about it because I live with my head under a rock,
Do you
or
have gators then?
we have gators.
Oh
Gators
man,
are everywhere.
I couldn't deal with that.
And
yeah. Well, the
I've grown
gators are
up
a
with
bit more
them.
mobile than the snakes.
The thing with the gators is they don't care the size of the amount of water. It could be like a puddle the size of my freaking hand, and they'd be like, "Oh, that's water. I'm gonna sit in it." And it's just like, really, just that small a piece of water. It's like, but it's water though. It's like, but there's like 20 bajillion places that have way more water, and this is the one you choose to sit in. Okay.
Yep. I have a cousin down in Florida, and we keep going back and forth. She keeps sending me the things of, why do I live where the air hurts my face? And I keep sending her things of alligators and these giant snakes, and it's like, because we don't have any cold blooded predators that are more than 2 inches long.
Honestly,
Yeah,
though,
but
like,
what about the animals that like snakes and stuff? I know about the Christians, but what about the no? No.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the
I
only we actually do have rattlesnakes up here in the forest. They're pretty rare. So it's like the only ones that are really a threat to people up here are the water moccasins,
yeah,
just
but those
because
are
they're so
practically
aggressive that,
everywhere.
yeah, if you don't see them and you go in the water, they'll go after anything that moves.
Honestly, I feel like people see what happens down in Miami and then just like assume that that's what happens everywhere. Because yes, we have a lot of gators up here, but it's not quite to the same. Like, we have more gators than the rest of the United States, essentially. and they're pretty normal, and they show up damn near. They can show up anywhere. But it seems like Miami has that, but like 10 times worse.
Yeah, well, and that's pretty much true of every state. There's a stereotype about it. And, it's like the stereotypes are generally only relevant to maybe 10% of the state.
Yeah, because like I said, I can go out into my yard and see a gator, but we've lived here for over a decade, and I've never once seen a gator in my yard.
Yeah.
At least in this house.
Yeah, but
But my
what
grandma's
makes the
house,
national news is when somebody has to
yeah. But when I went to my grandma's
Plymouth.
house, she lived. Yeah, when I used to go to my grandma's house, that used to be on the river, um, down in Ocala, and I saw more gators there than I have the rest of my life combined.
Oh,
Well, listen, you guys, I'm gonna skedaddle here.
Okay.
Dat is bed Trasta.
We will see you later.
It was fun as always. Chat, Bubba. See you later.
bye.
Guys, be
Bye
good.
bye.
Mef Biff.
Bye-bye.
I was looking at the analytics for my channel last night, and apparently we're doing better at keeping an audience because I'm getting fewer views but more watch time.
That's good.
That's good.
So people
Oh,
are
okay,
staying around
so-
longer when we're babbling.
So you get 3 people, but they watch the whole show.
Yeah, more or less.
I
'cause,
wonder
yeah,
what
it's-
my
it-
channel's like right now.
Yeah, it's showing my number of viewers has dropped, but the number of hours I've got is going up. But I gotta get more serious about finishing some edited videos. I have, about 5 scripts that are in various stages, and I've got a page full of notes on subjects I can do. And mostly it's still the visual part of it. I'm not as visually oriented as most people, so I really have trouble even judging what's going to look good or look interesting enough for people to watch.
My problem this week has been I was told that the plumber was coming on Tuesday. So I sat around all day yesterday waiting for the plumber. I had finished the script on Monday. I sat down and waited for the plumber, and I didn't want to start recording if the plumber was coming.
Right.
Because if Amber knows who's coming by, she has a tendency to let them in, but not tell me she's let them in. And it's if it's somebody that I've told her that it's okay to come and get me, she'll let them in, but sometimes she'll forget to tell me. And I needed to be up so that I could tell him exactly what was needed, because she wouldn't have been able to. And this is somebody that I trust. It wouldn't have been bad, but it was just like, honey, you can't not tell me. So pretty much the new rule is don't let anybody in, but she takes that as don't answer the door and let Sissy and don't get Sissy. So I basically have to stay up.
It's one extreme or the other, huh?
Yeah, it's like I don't know. I think it's because she gets nervous and she's afraid of screwing up, so she gets so caught up in that she just like forgets half the information.
That seems reasonable.
Well, you said you're waiting on a possible autism diagnosis, and that would fit in with that. A tendency to take instructions extremely literally.
Mm-hmm. And also, she can only take one instruction at a time.
Yep, and that would
Oh.
also fall into that.
Yeah.
That basically they only remember the last thing somebody told them.
She has a tendency to remember the first thing that she was told, but
Okay.
nothing else after that.
Yeah, well, it can
yeah.
vary, but yeah.
I I've been trying to work with her. Even if she doesn't get the diagnosis, the few conversations she's had with her therapist, she's already given me a few things that are helpful. Like, here are the things that you think are that help me that don't. And here are the things that can help me that you don't think to do. And the other day, I got a note that said I'm in a bad mood, bug off, essentially. Which was helpful, which I was surprised, but like it was like, okay, well at least she's communicating with me now, even if it's in note form.
Well, and I can understand that from the other side of it, that I've often found it easier, to put things in writing rather than speaking to people, even if it's a relatively short subject.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I can find it difficult to verbalize the words, but typing it up is a lot easier.
She definitely, and I've gotten the hang of reading a lot of her body language that people don't read, because I get accused of suggesting to her that things should go a certain way. And it's like, you're not reading the same thing I am. Like, I'll look at her, and by all appearances, to everybody else, she looks okay. But I look at her and I'm like, up, she is ready to go. And so I'll ask her, you ready to go home? And she'll go, yes, I am. And kind of sigh of relief, and people will be like, you're just suggesting that because you want to go home. It's like, no, I read her pretty well. She's not going to mention that to me until she's past the point of wanting to go home and all grumpy and angry and stuff.
And again, I can see that from the other side, and that's Sloth Girl is my buffer for a lot of family events. Because, yeah, I can't verbalize and I can't really get out of there that, she has to see when I start twitching and ticking too much and take me out of there.
Yeah.
But somehow just leaving on my own is really difficult.
Yeah,
and I can't explain why. Yeah.
And
I can't.
And I realize. I'm sorry. I keep.
I'm sorry. No, I can't explain why I can't just walk out on my own, but I kind of need somebody to get me out of there.
Mm-hmm. And I realize she's not doing this stuff on purpose, and it's probably frustrating her more than it is me. Way more than it is me. But it's just been a struggle to like find the balance between what do I need to be doing, and because sometimes I jump in and she doesn't need me at all, and sometimes I think she's got everything under control, and then the next thing I know, everything is falling apart, and she doesn't understand why. And the jumping in when not needed isn't so bad, because then she can just tell me she's got it and I can back off. But if I don't jump in fast enough with something that she actually needs me for, she winds up getting hurt.
Yeah. I can understand the scenarios there.
Yeah, it's fun. I don't know what I'm doing. Yay.
Nope. And that's one of the fun things about autism is that each case is so individually specific that really there's nothing anybody can do but figure it out as you go along.
Hmm.
You can give general advice on things that are common, but there's no way with any particular person you can predict what's going to work.
Yeah, and what works one day doesn't necessarily work the next day either.
Yep. Well, Beelzebub is in a contest with Bible Belt Atheists to see who can break 500 first. And right now they are exactly tied at 438 each. So go send out some tweets and help them.
I will in a little bit. I'm afraid that if I try to switch it over to Twitter, I will accidentally close something out.
Yep. No, that's fine. It's just it's something that Bub's been talking about for a couple of days, so
Yeah. I
we can
think
plug
I'm
him.
like 13 subs away from 150. I think.
So I don't know. Should I get in on this? I'm sitting at 458 right now.
Oh,
Do it, do it, do it.
well, you're 20 ahead of them, so you'd better enter it before they catch up, right?
There you go. And of course, they'll fly right by me because I'm a niche market, it seems.
Well, that's what I keep doing. I keep promoting other people who started after I did and have long since surpassed me.
Yeah, I look at a couple of those folks, and it's it's like, whoa, man. How many tens of thousands does Cirrus have?
Yeah, that was when I was going to bring up that, yeah, I didn't get around to uploading a video for several months, but technically I started my channel before Cirrus and before Maddie.
Okay, then.
Oh, man.
I just haven't taken it seriously, so I don't post videos on a regular basis.
Yeah, mine is going pretty slow, but that's my own darn fault.
Yeah.
I need to figure out how to get the motivation and the focus to do an edited video and it not take 2 weeks for me to do.
I know that feeling.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons I haven't done an edited video in, Christ, what? Better part of a year?
Well,
Yeah,
for me,
I'm
it's
not
mostly
quite
having
that
too many
far.
different unrelated projects going and not having any skills at organization or how to prioritize my time. And just a general sense of apathy that where I'm living, it's hard to get motivated to do anything because I can kind of do a bare minimum and just keep going where I am. And it doesn't seem that putting in extra effort is going to improve my situation any. So it makes it hard to just get motivated to do anything. And now I killed it.
It did. Get a necromancer. I have a script written and I have another one that's like 2/3 of the way done, but I hit a dead end on it and I'm waiting for the books to come in. I have no clue what I'm going to do with the books afterwards because I know that I'm probably going to want to burn them after I get done reading them, but I don't like burning books because that's a really bad connotation and burning books is bad. But
I had the same thought process the other day. I don't remember what thread it was, but I think it was in relation to that. That the lawyer from the Freedom from Religion Foundation sent his book to a pastor.
yeah.
And he burnt it. And then somebody said something about sending Bibles, and I said, I'm so conflicted. Want to burn the book. Want to burn the Bible. But it's a book. But I want to burn the Bible. But it's a book.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel the same way.
But I've come to the point where I'm okay with it. If I buy the book, I can burn the book. It's my property. It's different. That is different than the government seizing all of Sam Harris's books and ordering them burned. That's a completely different thing. But
Yeah.
if I go out and buy Sam Harris's book, read it, think it's shit, and decide I want to burn it, it's my property. I've paid for it legally.
Well, and it's also keeping in mind the idea that you're burning one copy.
Mhm.
You're not destroying the information because there are other copies of it out there.
Right.
You know, and that's the thing, is it's not the physical book, you know, it's the
It's
spirit
attempt to
of it,
complete
as it were.
suppression.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the unique assembly of information.
Yeah, because I need to get myself over to the library and actually renew my card, but I haven't had a chance to do that, and I knew I wouldn't have a chance for a while, so I went ahead and I ordered the books. They're basically a book on sexual disorders by Helen Singer Kaplan. I know her last name's Kaplan.
This name sounds somewhat familiar.
She's the person who determined that all the trans people, the homosexuals, the people who don't have any sexual desire at all, the pedos, and all are all mentally ill and need to be changed.
Wait, who?
Helen Singer Kaplan.
Never heard
Okay,
of
well, once you're grouping all those people together in one group, it doesn't even matter what they're saying anymore. They're already done.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I understand that. The thing is that I'm working on my video that I've been working on for a while on HSDD. And the thing is that I can find information about Masters and Johnson, who were the first people to clinically observe sexual encounters between human beings. I can find plenty of information on them. That's all over the internet. But I look up Kaplan, and all I've found on her is like Wikipedia with a bunch of references to her books, which Wikipedia is not. It's not a horrible reference, but it's better to use that as a starting point and then go on from there. But I wanted to read the books because I found a claim that says that she is the person who put everybody in those categories and listed them as mentally ill. But all I'm seeing is claims of that. I'm not actually seeing online where they're getting that information beyond we got it from the books she wrote. So consider, huh?
Can you rent the books?
I bought the books for like $3 each.
For how much?
3.
Oh, never mind. I thought you said 30. I was gonna be like, are you crazy?
No, 3.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
$3 each. $3 each.
Yeah, I love that Amazon.
I get it.
I love that Amazon will list used copies. Yeah,
I
that.
actually
Oh,
went through
my.
both books.
Yeah, Amazon and eBay. I like buying the used books.
Perp, you get
I
about.
can't do it. I can't buy a used book. It's just so weird for me. Like
I would say that
want a brand new version.
I would say that a third of my library I bought used.
Unless it's from a
Easily.
bookstore. Like if I go into a bookstore, because my thing is like the way that I was raised with like books is like you gotta treat them well. And I'm always worried like if I order a used book online, it's gonna have dog-eared pages and this, that, and the other, and it's just gonna annoy the fuck out of me. So like if I go to a bookstore, I can at least leaf through it and be like, okay, this book is in good enough condition to add to my collection.
Well, for this one, it was what is the cheapest price I can get,
Well, right,
which happened to be thrift books. And again, these are books that I'm not planning on keeping because I'm probably going to read them just long enough to get the information that I need and the context I need, and then like I don't know what I'm gonna do with them.
Right, that's a different. That's a different story. Like if it's a book that I want to keep,
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah, I
whoa, whoa, whoa,
understand
whoa,
that.
whoa, whoa. That implies that there are books you do not want to keep.
yeah. I imagine that there's books that I would read that I don't want to keep.
Okay, because those are kind of rare around. You don't know how long it took me to get rid of the Carlos Castaneda that I had.
Yeah. Well, and Diane, in that respect, you remind me of my fiance. You know, that's
Hey, Tria, I was just
Yeah.
looking at something and I found a sweater on Amazon. It looks almost like the ace flag.
Send me. Send
I
me.
will.
Please, thank you.
I'm gonna send.
Tashiti Peroda.
I like sweaters.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, a hoodie. But
Hoodies I'm okay with.
I sent you a link.
Hoodies I'm okay with.
It's purple, and then there's a gray stripe in the middle, and then a black stripe. There's not 4 colors, but it's 3. But like as soon as I saw it, I'm like ace flag.
Well, see, the thing is that with what I've got, I can always add all the rest of the colors.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
you'd only have to split the gray and make it half white.
Well, I can add details to it to make to do white. I could add details on the sleeves. So
yeah, Tria. I know it's because we're acclimated to different climates, but I just can't imagine living in Florida and ever wearing a sweater. The two just don't go together.
Okay. When you have it be one day be 90 degrees and then the next day be like 50, that's a 40-degree change.
Yeah, but see, I don't even put on a sweatshirt until it gets down around the freezing mark.
Yes, but how much of a degree change are you talking about there?
Oh, we have days that it's up to 70-degree change between the peak and the daylight and the night.
Yeah, for me, that if it's a 40-degree change, I'm gonna need a sweater.
Yeah, well, we have days that it can be in the 60s during the day, and it can drop below 0 at night.
Well, see, I start off at 90, and then we hit the 60s. So,
yeah, we generally get a week or two, like at the end of July, beginning of August, that it's 90s and could break 100 for a couple of days. So we don't have to endure it for any extended periods of time.
Yeah, for us, the weather change is so drastic sometimes. Even just like in a day, especially during the winter. Like for instance, a day in December, you might start off with the morning at like 40 degrees. Then it hits 90 degrees during the afternoon. Then as the sun is going down, it hits like 60-ish, and then you're down to 40-ish again. So that also plays a part into it too. Also keep in mind, we're 90 degrees throughout like 80% of the year. Well, more like 90%. And then all of a sudden it chills off. We don't have a fall. We have screaming hot and wet and cold and rainy.
I don't know though,
There's no transition.
were it not for the gators and the water moccasins and the Christians, that might be tolerable.
I could tell you of the three, the Christians are the hardest to deal with.
Yeah.
Especially in the city I'm in. Oh.
Yeah, like I say, that's one of the advantages of living in a security building. I know we have Jehovah's Witnesses in the neighborhood, but they can't get to my front door.
The Jehovah Witnesses actually aren't that bad. Because let's put it this way, they knock on your door, they hand you a pamphlet, they take up like 10 minutes ish of your time, and then they go on their merry way thinking, okay, we've done our work, we go now. Because it's basically busy work for them. The problem in my city is we have a huge ass church downtown there that owns 5 parking garages. 5 downtown. They built a lighthouse in the middle of downtown. A lighthouse that's the size of a normal lighthouse that would be found at the beach. Okay, this is how big this church is. It's
Okay, so
80%
we're
of
talking
our
like a
city council
40-foot
members.
tower?
Yeah. And they got away with it and were able to change the zoning laws because 80% of our city council goes to that big ass Baptist church downtown.
Yeah. I guess that's the one good thing with this town, that while it's a small town, there are so many churches that no one group has really been able to get a hold politically.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest problem around here is nepotism, that there's 5 families that have all the money in the entire county.
Yeah, and also there's a big ass Southern Baptist church not too far away from me. It's not the same one as the one downtown, but holy crap. It is the biggest church within a 20-minute drive from me. It's huge. Southern Baptist is it's kind of like around here in Jacksonville. Southern Baptist is to Jacksonville what Mormons are to Salt Lake City.
Mm-hmm.
We're still trying to get rid of the lighthouse. It's terrible.
Well,
it shouldn't be difficult to just, go and pick it up and toss it in the ocean if it's a lighthouse.
Ah, terrible pun. Terrible. Bad dad joke.
But I'm a good dad. At least that's the only way I ever got into relationships, Aside from my fiance, every relationship I was in for 25 years before that was because the kids got attached to me, so the mother decided that she might as well keep me around.
Oh.
Oh. Okay. Should we be wrapping this up? It seems like people are just not as chatty today as we often are.
I'm still sleepy.
You go.
That's fine by me. In about 20 minutes, I'm probably gonna crash.
Well, that's what I was seeing. In about 20 minutes, we'll have been going 4 hours anyway, so. So does anybody have anything coming up that they want to plug?
I have no idea what I'm doing this weekend, so what the hell, man.
Oh.
Anybody have any ideas? What would you like to see me do?
You don't have a topic or a guest scheduled?
No.
Well,
I can't come up with topics for my own, so.
There you go.
I was about to say, I have, my brain is so geared towards trying to keep myself on track on my own channel because things are going crazy.
Yeah, I had a pretty filled up week so far, and I mean, well, I had my privacy invaded today because housing and urban development stopped by and they just checked that the sinks worked and the
Oh,
alarms worked and all that bullshit. What I want to see is I want to see somebody come down on the management around here. In this particular building, the tenants are arseholes and they keep breaking the security door in order to have it stay open. And they either don't want to take their keys out with them when they go out, or they don't have keys. I have a feeling there are a couple unauthorized residents, shall we say?
yeah.
Oof.
We actually got a notice about that in our building that they were getting upset because somebody was fouling up the lock on one of the security doors to let their friends come in and out.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, and we can probably have a show on this someday. When you have people doing their little party out in the lawn area or whatever it is, say they have a little barbecue thing going or a grill thing going or whatever you want to call it, and they prop that door open so they don't have to have their keys. You don't want to close that door because they will not be happy with you. And when they are not happy with you, it's not very comfortable for you. Let's put it that way.
Yep, I know what you mean.
Yeah. Which is where you just wish that you had a laser cannon.
Yeah, well, one of the buildings I lived in Minnesota, yeah, the door kept getting, like the rug stuck in it, so it was propped open.
Yes, that's what happens here.
Yeah, and that was for people to come and go because there was a drug dealer in the building who just didn't want to go and open the door that often.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if we've got
So
that.
it's like, yeah, you didn't want to cross him.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that or if it's something else because I noticed that it isn't happening in the other building. It's just this building. So I probably have to think about who's been here longest and look in that direction for the people who are doing this because it's been happening as long as I've been here. And not only is there stuff jammed in, they've actually ripped the automatic closer off the door. They've broken the hinges, all to keep the door open.
Yep.
Jeez.
Yeah, I'd get into a lot of trouble were I to say what I was just about to say.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can always put it in the Twitter group if there's something that you don't feel comfortable saying publicly.
Alrighty, let us do a little bit of tumping. Let's do a tumping.
While Diana's typing that out, I am trying my hardest before I get the mid-November blues that last basically till January. I am trying to get a video done. Hopefully it'll be done by the end of the week or next. There was something in Death Stranding, which is a new video game that just came out, that some people in my community don't care about and some of us do. It depends on how you look at things. But Death Stranding had some blatant ace phobia, I can't remember how they put it, but arophobia for aromantics and also queerphobia in general So I'm going to be discussing that and hoping that the entire toxic gaming community doesn't come down on me. Yay!
Oh, I heard
It's
a
good
bit
for
about
you.
that.
The more, like, when I first saw it, and I'm not, like, extremely upset, but it's kind of one of those things where it's bugging me. Like, I'm not, like, in tears or, like, really, really angry, but it's just more of a, the more I read into it and the more I put two and two together about how the world is built and what I was shown, I was just like, I don't think people understand exactly why some of us are upset. And it's not a video where I'm like, oh, everybody should be upset about this. It's basically breaking down the whole thing and saying, this is why your friends are upset. You need to understand this. Please don't just shrug it off because it's just a game. And that's kind of the take that I'm going with that.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully that will get out soon. Um, like I said, I didn't want to record because I keep waiting for the plumber to come by, and I'm worried that one of these times because I have a tendency to get up and not remember to turn everything off. So what I'm mostly worried about is like starting recording and then not turning the recording off, and then either having to start completely over, or determine whether or not it's easier to start completely over, or try to delete like 2 to 3 hours worth of recording stuff while my computer was still running. So, but yeah, that'll be coming out. And also later this month, I'm going to be on Christy Abby's channel. She invited me over. Not sure what she wants to talk about yet, but I'll be over on that one too. I believe we've got me set up for Friday the 20. Hold on. Yeah, Friday the 29th. I'll be on her channel. So, but that's what I got going.
Black Friday.
Yep. And hopefully, well, we're going to be recording it, and then how she works it is she does an interview with you, and then she records that, and then does any editing that needs to be done, which is she tends to go minimal on the editing, but she wants to make sure that if she has an interview and you say something accidentally, like doxing somebody or something that she didn't think about, she can just go ahead and edit it. And then she premieres it that Friday, which is a good thing because considering it's the Friday after Thanksgiving, I'm probably going to be dead to the world and not able to really talk all that much.
Yeah, well, it's for the protection of the channel owner and the guest.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I really like the way she's got it set up. I'm grateful for it because, like I said, if it were like actually doing the interview that Friday, I'd be pretty brain dead considering I do all the holiday cooking for my family. So think like 2 days worth of cooking and then trying to do an interview after.
Yep.
I mean, that'd probably be funny, but still.
Okay, and I actually did come up with a topic, so I have already put it on this chat for next Wednesday. That I'd just like to have a bit of a talk about authors you like that probably aren't known to the general public. So, yeah, talk about a book or an author that you've liked that you think something you think is well written but's never been a
I
bestseller.
heard the same thing. I heard the same thing Diana did.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Then what did you hear?
I was hearing offer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. Sorry, I don't always enunciate clearly.
Oh,
and
man.
something I wanted to throw out there. I looking for somebody who sings who'd be willing to record a very satirical Christmas song that I wrote many years ago.
Hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I wrote it while I was a pagan, kind of in my pissed off pagan phase.
Could be interesting.
So yeah, I've got that, and I've got the Yule piece I did last year that wound up getting accidentally deleted with a bunch of other stuff. I don't know how that happened, but I lost a bunch of stuff. But I need to record. I can do the audio much better than I could last year. So I wanted to re-record the audio and put that back up. I also had a piece that I had done as a Facebook post that I need to get done in time for Christmas. That people need to keep their character races straight.
What?
Well, the little guys that are helping Santa, those aren't elves. They don't fit the image of elves from any mythology.
They're their
Those
own
are the woodland
mythology.
gnomes.
Oh, okay.
So people need to keep their character races straight.
Well, that's a whole thing. That's a whole thing in and of itself to talk about is the annoyance when somebody writes a book or a story or a game or something, and this actually kind of relates to what Tria was just talking about a bit.
Yep.
And they take a little bit of something from one and a little bit of something from the other and a little bit of something from the real world, and then they put it into their game and they use it in a completely different way. It's like you have to put it in the context of that story.
I know.
Oh yeah, and
Yeah,
and,
no, it's a
To an
nitpicking thing.
extent. To an
and
extent.
the video that I'm doing, I made sure that I tried to get as much context as I could before criticizing, because this is a complete. I'm not. I'm not really holding back on it, but I did put it within context of why I had a personal issue with it, why several people that I respect did, but also why some people may not necessarily see an issue with it that are in my community, because not everybody in my community, in our community, had the same reaction to it. And I acknowledge that. But the thing is that for the people who weren't okay with it, they had some really good reason to not be okay with it. And I even looked up the game as a whole. Like, granted, I'm never going to play the game, but I tried to get as much information about the game, the main character, as I could to put it into context. Because I noticed that one of the things that some people were complaining about is like, oh, it's just like a little journal entry. I don't know what your problem is. And it's like, you need to kind of understand like why some people are reading it that way and why some people don't have a problem with it. And I do go into that.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the gaming, so I don't know the games that you're talking about, but I get the gist of what you mean.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to give out everything about the video either. So
yeah, you want to have
that's
a
the
few.
thing. It's like you mentioned it in front of me, and I have opinions, but I also know you want to do a video, so I'm like, well, I don't want to talk about it here because then it'll spoil your video. So I'm just going to try and not.
yeah, that's kind of where we're at. It's like, wait, none of this makes sense. I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't make it make sense till the video. You're just gonna have.
Nope, and that's good. That's good. That's how you build up some anticipation for the release.
Oh yeah, now I'm anticipating it because I want to see what you have to say, and then I might have to do a response. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, okay, you know me. I sit down and try to at least make sure I have as much information before I make my opinion as possible.
Is the game out?
the game is out. People are playing it. Some of my friends have played it, and they've heard about what's in the game, and they're determining whether or not they want to still play it. I've told them, look, I don't want you to talk about it around me, but I'm not going to sit here and be mad at you for playing a game that you bought. Like, you
Yep.
bought the game,
You bought
didn't
it,
know
you
was
can't
in
return
there.
it.
You know, play it if you want to. If it is interesting to you and makes you happy, and that one thing in there is not going to trip you out, go for it. I don't, it's like, what am I going to do? Be all like, you can't play that. Like, that's
Yeah.
not how I am. It's enjoy your game. If you listen to my video and still buy the game anyways, no problem. I just don't want to hear about it, basically.
Yeah.
Like, don't come in, because I like talking about games,
Mhm.
but this is kind of an exception at this point. It's like, look, I don't care if you play it. I don't care if I know if you play it. I just don't want details.
Oh, well, Pirate
And
Kitty,
because
you just gave me a fantastic idea for videos for my channel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe I should start doing response videos to videos that haven't been released yet.
No.
Well, no, and the reason I was asking if it was out was I was like, maybe you could find somebody who's got a Let's Play, but that would take a long time if it's like
That would take a long time because, and this doesn't give too much away. The entire game is built around transporting things. So you're basically taking long ass journeys, and it's also open world. So some people are going to be like, I'm going to figure out the quickest way to get through the storyline as humanly possible.
right.
And others are going to piddle around and be like, what can I do in this open world?
And there's no telling how much of what you have an issue with is mainstream story versus just
Mhm.
little bits of things sitting around in the
Mhm.
farthest corner of the game that you might accidentally find.
Yeah. Like, I can't tell whether it's a side quest, a main quest, something you find while you're exploring,
Mm-hmm.
like how far into the game it is. There's no telling. So I might be sitting
Yeah.
there, like, wasting my time trying to find it, which is why I looked up the game summaries and
Mhm.
got as much of a picture as I could. And I think I did an okay job of that. I
So,
really do.
so can I ask one question?
I
Is
might
it?
not answer, but go ahead.
Oh, that's fair. Is there more than just the um like the news blurb that's the problem, or is it just that news blurb?
It's the news blurb is a theme.
Okay.
It's not just a blurb, it's a theme.
Okay.
That is where the problem lies.
But how else does it? How else does it? I mean, and like I said again, how does it weave its way into the game? Like, do you know?
The
Because like literally, the only thing I've seen is the blurb.
Okay. I can't say this on air.
Okay, that's fine. That's
Because
fine.
that gives too much away.
That's fine.
If you don't want to wait for the video, I don't mind telling you, but I'm not saying
Not on screen.
Yeah.
That's
I
no problem.
thought, because that was what I did, was I was like, okay, is this just a blurb, or is this actually like, because I didn't want to go off on it until I knew exactly what it was to the best of my ability. And it's not just a blurb, it's actually built into the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And that is partially why I feel like it's a problem.
Okay, so at this point, do you have a release date scheduled for that, or you're not sure when you're going to have it ready?
I'm not sure. I'm trying to get it out as quickly as possible because I would like to have it out before Thanksgiving.
Yep.
If it doesn't get out by Thanksgiving, it's going to be really tough for me to get it out quickly. So I'm hoping at the end of the week.
Yeah.
I wish, like I said, I wish I was better at editing. editing is the problem. Like, recording doesn't take long. My script was written in like 24 hours tops. But it's the editing that kills me.
I think I've gotten pretty good at the sound editing.
So here's
It's still a long process. It takes a lot of time to get it just right. But I think I've gotten pretty good about, being able to splice together sentences from different takes so it sounds like a coherent whole.
Oh, see, that's no.
Yeah, I generally have to do about a dozen readings and just splice sentences together until it all, until I get one that I got without,
Yeah.
having some kind of blooper or mostly coughing.
Pirate Kitty sounded like the opt-out option. Have you seen that meme? I think I need to send it to you.
No, send it to me. But yeah, no, I mean, my thing is, it's like if I'm going to do something, like my Tommy McMurtry video, it's only 17 seconds long, but I did it in 3 takes. I didn't splice anything together. I simply kept doing it until I had one take that I liked, and I put it in there. And that's been my general plan for a while now. Is when I'm going to record a script. Well, I haven't even decided if I'm going to do scripts or if I'm going to do points, because my concern is if I do a script, it'll sound too scripted. But if I don't do a script, I'll ramble too much and be like all over the place and like and whatever.
Yep.
And,
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if like a points list, it would be more my speed, where I can be like, okay, this is what I want to talk about, and then since I do have 2 monitors, I can pull up the points on one monitor and be like, okay, well, one thing to consider is this, and then talk about that thing, and then move on to the next one. But I haven't decided yet.
Yeah, see, for me, even for a 5-minute video, I know there's no way I could ever get through it in one take. I mean, I really can't get through recording even much more than a full minute without having something go wrong.
Oh, and I'm not necessarily talking about like a full recording. I'm talking about just a sentence. Like I couldn't see myself being able to go in there and edit where I'm saying Mary had a little lamb 3 different times, and then saying, I like the way I said Mary here, so I'm going to take that Mary, and I like this lamb, and I'm going to put that in. I couldn't see myself being able to do that.
Well, no, I can't, not individual words like that, but
well,
just...
I do. I didn't mean like completely individually, but like half a sentence. I don't know that I would be able to do that.
But I graph that I'm not going to have one sentence that's bad, so I'll have to just take one sentence from a different take and fill in the paragraph. Kind of like how they made the dinos in Jurassic Park and got it all wrong.
I guess that's not too bad, because at least you have a clear stop.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're trying to merge 2 sentences, two halves of the same sentence. You're trying to merge 3 sentences from one take, 2 sentences from another, and 1 sentence from the fourth. That's a little more manageable. I think.
That's I want to cut where there's a noticeable pause there after a punctuation mark.
Okay, yeah, that's different than what popped into my head when you were talking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I stutter a lot when I'm trying to record, because I don't think script is the most natural, but it's the way I can control what I am saying and try to make sure that if there are misunderstandings, I've tried my best to make sure that there's no way that anybody could misunderstand me, and if they do, then it's not because I didn't try to be clear. And also I want to make sure that I don't forget stuff. I also have a tendency sometimes, and it hasn't happened as much lately, but there are times where I think I've said one thing in my head, but what comes out of my mouth is completely different.
I can identify with that.
So, like, I can control that much easier in a script, because if I'm reading it off and I'm like, wait a minute, that is not what I meant to say, I can go back and edit that out.
I heard somebody suggest that you can go to Google Translate and make it read what you're saying. So you can like you can enter parts of your script or your whole script into Google Translate and then press the button and it'll speak it. And then you can actually sit there and listen to it rather than trying to read it.
Oh, really? I'll have to try that.
I'll try that as well and see if that helps. My goal ultimately at some point is to, even with my edited videos, not have as much of a script, so much as bullet points. Each time I want to get to the point where I'm reading my script pretty well, not stumbling as much. And once I'm not stumbling as much, then I'll start to like do maybe instead of full paragraphs, maybe like just the bullet points. But that's kind of one of those things I got to work up to because I have a tendency to forget details. Sometimes I think I said something and I didn't. So it's mostly to keep myself under control. And then once I get a better hang of it, I kind of plan on getting rid of the scripts and being more natural. So, and I'm with Purple. I'm not going to make any money off of this, but I'm kind of crossing my fingers that I'm wrong on what the outcome of my channel is going to be.
With these new TOS stuff, I've got no illusions that even if I did manage to make videos, I'd make any money.
Oh yeah.
Well,
it's did you see that? Did you see the new thing? Like they can, if you're no longer monetarily viable, they can just cancel your channel.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, and even before they came out with that, I already figured before I get to 1,000 subs, they were going to change the rules 3 more times.
Well, and the thing is with me is I've already had trouble with Facebook, and I personally did not have trouble with Tumblr, but I know aces and arrows that did and are no longer on Tumblr for one reason or another.
I've heard Tumblr is pretty bad.
Tumblr is very bad. Facebook it was more of a threat than anything else.
Was it because of your name?
Threat is still no. It was because the asexual community after Tumblr kind of dissolved, kind of moved more towards Facebook, and then Facebook had when the SESTA and FOSTA laws came out, Facebook went a little bit crazy and then decided that anything related to sexual orientation was a no-no. And a lot of our ACE groups were under threat of being completely disbanded.
Mm-hmm.
And that was kind of scary for me because it was like, this is where like most of us are located. This is the platform that, we've got. We are, a lot of people were like, we already lost Tumblr. Fortunately, they didn't. But every time safety laws come along, they make all of us, well, not all of us, but they make a lot of us nervous. Because in the name of safety, LGBTQ plus people tend to get thrown under a bus.
Mm-hmm. Well, and Tumblr pretty much just threw anyone who had any content that suggested anything sexual under.
And they didn't do it very well.
Never mind.
They did it horribly, and there were people who were, making their money off of that. And they gave them very little warning. They just cut them flat off.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of problems with social media is this whole thing where, like, if I don't like something and I can get enough people to report that it's a violation of the rules, they'll agree it's a violation of the rules and remove it. There's an artist that I just learned about called Onips. Now she's not without controversy. But she decided to draw this character that she'd seen, and she liked the art. She liked what she had seen of the character from a manga. And she took the character and she drew the character. Well, everybody who knows of that character knows of it from the anime. And in the anime, the character is represented as a child early on, and then it's aged up. And so she took the character, and all she drew was the character's head. And the character's got like this green bamboo thing covering her mouth. So instead of that, she just switched it for a ball gag because now the character's an adult.
Mm-hmm.
So all it is a face. Oh, I found it. Here, let me screen share it real quick. Oh, let me see if I can find it.
Oh yeah, Bob. And
Yeah,
that
I could pretty much figure where that was going.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Bob's last comment. The growth of small channels is almost impossible, and that is where some of the fear is coming in too. Is okay, you've made the children's stuff is not that you are not able to monetize children's stuff. Okay, you're not really able to monetize anything controversial. Okay, so what the hell can be monetized? Nothing that isn't already, if they decide to keep people, and they're basically going to have a separate set of rules for bigger channels than they do people like us. And it's always been that way.
You know, it's what I keep saying that, you know, YouTube just does not care about the small channels. They think they're more work than they're worth. And just any channel that doesn't have 500,000 subscribers, you know, they just really don't give a damn.
So I'm trying to find the reference character that she used, but she found a picture of this character as an adult, and she used it as a reference. And I can't remember the character's name.
George.
Yeah, Robert, I think you're right. I think YouTube has already shot themselves in the foot, and it's just a matter of people don't have anywhere else to go. But yeah, if they don't promote the small channels, then people are going to stop coming. They'll be spending less and less time on the site. Because the corporate stuff, there's plenty of places they can get that. It was the unique creators on YouTube that's what drew people here.
Yeah, and I wasn't around for like the beginning get-goes, but I also understand the level of anger some people have because they basically built YouTube up and you know, made YouTube popular and brought all their videos here and all their creativity here, and YouTube is going, nope, guess what, we don't want you. Yep. And I can completely understand the level of anger that is being thrown at YouTube.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, it's the same kind of thing that we had talked about was last week or the week before about, you know, the way that a lot of small, you know, neighborhoods in several big cities were like kind of the crappy neighborhoods that nobody wanted to go into when people were afraid to walk through at night. So that was the only places that the artist could afford to live. And then after the artist built it up to be a respectable neighborhood again, yeah, then the people, you know, come in and buy up all the stuff so that the people who rebuilt the neighborhood can't afford to live there anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then we have the added insult of not only that, but we're being highly censored. And not just on YouTube.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to, like, I'm going to find at least some form of being censored in what I do, no matter which channel, no matter which platform I hop to. It may not be immediately, but it will definitely be like later on, especially if it becomes popular.
Yeah. Well, and it, again, you're talking for a minority that's even further out on the fringe and even less understood.
Where did it go?
And just people generally just have a reflexive action that, anything that they don't understand, they just want to keep it away.
Yeah.
So I found what I was looking for.
Okay, you're still screen sharing.
So this is the art that she drew. That's the wrong one. That's how the character is represented in the manga. Oops, wrong way. This is the reference art that she found of the character as an adult, but she liked the tattoos. Therefore, she drew it like that. And they were like, this is child grooming. This is pedophilia. Like, this character is an adult. This is the character later on in the manga after there's a time skip and she grows up.
Yeah.
And they banned her off of Instagram for this.
Yeah, I've never used that site, but that does seem unreasonable.
Because the people who didn't like this were able to get multiple hundreds of people to go to the account and report this as a violation of TOS. And instead of Imager or whoever the frick it was, Instagram, looking at the image and saying, okay, the ball gag is questionable, but that's not excessive sexualization. This is fine. You're fine. Keep going. They just deleted the account. And and they won't even send her. They won't even like have a person look at it because it's been flagged by 300 people. It's got to violate our terms of service somehow.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that there are some of these churches and religious groups, that will go on campaigns and just get all the members to go in and flag something just to get it knocked out. So, some of these groups can get 300 people to complain about something in a day, even if they never looked at it.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, like, they can't get a live person to look at it in order to realize this doesn't violate the terms of service.
Yep.
Well, I mean, they didn't draw it as a child. They drew that is definitely an adult. That is not a child drawing.
Well, that's part of the controversy. Like, people are trying to say if you see a character and you age them up so that they're no longer a child, that's still not okay.
Okay,
I don't understand that
argument. Didn't you just say though that she was aged up at some point in the actual manga?
Exactly.
Okay, well,
but they're only basing their experience on the anime, where she's still a child.
Yeah, see, this is normally I would say that if you age up a character, there's something a little bit off. But if that character's been aged up in canon, I don't see a problem with it at all.
Now, I don't even understand that argument.
Me either.
Even if you take a character that was a child, if you age them up to be in their 20s, as that being a fanfic, I don't see any problem with that.
Okay, that's true. Because but still, this one, there's not even really a gray area. It's like they're taking straight from the anime.
Yeah.
Right.
Or not the anime, the manga.
Oops.
Yeah, that the original artist had already done this with the character.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I can kind of understand a little. I can kind of understand it a little bit, but at the same time, it's like just because somebody. We all started out as children, and we go through a sexual development and a sexual awakening for the most part. And if you're going to take any character, let's just say Angela from the Rugrats. She's already been aged up to a teenager. So now we say, well, what would she look like as an adult? Okay, adults are sexual beings. There's very little that you could do that would be. I'm wording it weird. If you were to take a toddler Angela and a teenage Angela and then project into an adulthood, she's an adult. The character's an adult, and adults are generally sexual creatures. Not always, but. And so if somebody wants to put her in a bikini, she's an adult. She'd wear a bikini. She could wear a bikini unless, well, we don't know enough about the character to say that she wouldn't, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
But on the subject of YouTube and all that, I think, and I do not disparage in any way anyone who has made YouTube a career, but the fact that YouTube allowed being a YouTuber to be a career was probably the worst thing that happened to the site, in my opinion.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not necessarily worried about like a career or money. It's just the censorship that is on YouTube is going to trickle to other places.
Yeah.
Because it's mostly being based around laws, around federal laws. It's not just, oh, YouTube's decided we don't want to do this anymore. And yes, they did kind of decide that they wanted to go more towards money, and that did play a part. But the thing is that let's say another Sesta Foster type law comes out, and then a bunch of the other platforms are scared and decide that they want to comply with it to the extreme so that they can't be blamed for anything. Well, guess what? My subjects are automatically off limits again, and I have to yet find another place. Hopefully, if there is another place to go.
Well,
It's
right.
not there yet,
Mhm.
but I do have that worry and concern.
Well, and I don't think that, the fact that people were able to make it a career, I don't think that in itself was necessarily a bad thing. Because there are some individual creators who, are making their living off of this that are people I would support.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying making being like I said, I probably said it wrong.
Yeah.
Having the money come from YouTube through advertising was what was wrong. I think you want to support somebody via Patreon, you want to support someone via coffee or whatever else, or donations and all that. That would have been fine. But when you started making, I can make videos for this web service and they'll pay me because they want my views. That was what was the issue. It stopped being about, I want to make videos about what I want to make videos about. And it became, I need to make videos in such a way that I can still make money from doing this.
Yeah, and I think we discussed this some before you got here, I think. And
yeah, I think we did.
I think a good contender for this would be Patreon.
Mm-hmm.
Because then their interest is not in getting advertisers. Their interest would be in the creators getting more subscribers, because that's how they would get more money.
Mm-hmm. Right. But I mean, see, I don't know the laws that you're talking about, Tria. I may not know them by their acronyms.
Foster was essentially, if something bad happens during a hookup, the website is just as much to blame as the person that hurt you. And so a lot of websites went, oh, we must stop the whole you can't. Basically, they took it and said, okay, well, you can't talk about your sexual orientation. You can't talk about whether or not you're into women or men. You can't talk about this. You can't talk about that. And essentially, we're sitting there reading the TOS, and I wish I'd saved the information from there because
Mhm.
I remember what the fears were, and I remember that we had trouble with stuff. Like Facebook has determined that if your stuff doesn't meet the TOS, you could type it in and send it. But it basically is like how Twitter's shadow ban works.
Mhm.
And a lot of our messages started going missing. And like we had to change our the names of on our groups because we had the word sexual in them. We
Mhm.
couldn't our dating group became defunct for a short time because we were talking about I am a, you know, female male non-binary person looking for a female male non-binary person. Those pretty much were suspended for a while. They didn't shut down our groups, but they deleted all of our messages and basically said you can't make new ones with, you know, those statements in them, which for a dating group is kind of like um
So I can understand that in the sense, like what you're saying there, worried about. But unless your page is specifically about, I can't understand their fear if Facebook is not about people hooking up.
well, here's the thing. We also could not spread educational information about asexuality either. When you tried, you would get an error message.
Mhm.
And the only error message that I got was ever for our ace pages. They did not completely shut us down or ban us, but they made it very, very clear that we were not welcome to talk about what we wanted to because they were so afraid of being hit by a lawsuit. And the thing is that this is what's happening with YouTube. Is YouTube is complying to a law. I realize that. They're going about it the wrong way as far as I'm concerned. But I do admit and acknowledge that they are complying to a law. A lot of times when you talk about laws of protection, especially when it's children, LGBTQ plus people get thrown under the bus. And I know some LGBTQ plus people who have already kind of been being thrown under the bus as it is. Mr. Atheist has complained a little bit about that to the point of he's actually jumped to another streaming service already. Kate, Bionic Dance, has a problem with that, which Diana mentions every chance she gets.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, no, I mean,
Hey, I'm
Kate,
concerned.
Kate is an excellent example of what's wrong with YouTube. Because if she puts lesbian in the tags, they demonetize it automatically. She is a lesbian, so why won't they let her talk about lesbians?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
But that's
and
the thing. She can still talk about lesbians.
maybe not. The new rule, the new terms of service made it extremely clear that if you are not
Well-
you are not able to be monetized, they can delete your whole channel.
Yeah, and I could see them putting in a tweak to the bot that if you've had too many videos that got demonetized in 1 month, that the bot could automatically delete your channel without any human intervention.
Right. But that's under the new system. That's the new thing that's going on, and I understand that.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
and that's what we've been afraid of all along, is that we've seen it creeping that direction for over a year now.
But
Mm-hmm.
if we
And-
step back, like from what I was saying, what I was saying about money from YouTube to the creators is the issue, or was the issue. If we step back to when, okay, YouTube started having ads, and you have to have ads playing on your videos in order to be on YouTube because you have to make money for YouTube to
Yeah,
keep the service running. If they had stopped there and said, we need ads in order to provide this service to you so that you can host your own videos. If they had stopped there, it might have been a different story.
hey, we got Doorknob Head in.
Versus,
and I see where you're coming from with that.
Yeah.
Because
versus we're going to start giving individual creators money for their videos. And then individual creators have to sit there and go, okay, do I say what I want to say? Do I talk about life as a lesbian and not make any money, or do I not? Or do I change it and do it in different ways? Whereas if we had stayed back at the first point where videos, ads on your videos to make money for YouTube was where it stopped, Kate would be free to talk about whatever she wants to talk about. And YouTube wouldn't have to worry about it because we're playing the ads not for you, we're playing the ads for us in order to pay for our servers. I think that would make an entirely different situation now. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, not completely, but I think because it's not any one thing. I don't think it's any one factor. I think it's a bunch of factors that have hit at the wrong times. Such as, like I said, COPPA laws being enforced right now is the worst timing ever. It is the worst timing ever already with them, because basically the way the COPPA laws and the way that they handle them is nobody's getting money. Everybody's going to be demonetized except for like the really huge people.
Yeah. Well, I think the other mistake that YouTube's been making is that they're having bots decide what ads are playing with what videos. And the bots are still working off the keywords and can't tell the difference of pro and con. So advertisers are getting upset that their stuff is getting put on inappropriate videos.
And that would be dealt with a little bit easier if people would subtitle their videos. Closed caption, sorry.
Well, and also it would be done, and also there should be more humans involved with this. With the platform as big as this, are they ever going to have enough humans on staff? No, they're not. That's just the plain and simple of it. But I really think that they should have more humans working behind the scenes to go, okay, our bot screwed up on X. We need to have a human being here to fix the problem that our bot created, because I get the sense that they have no clue how their bot works.
Yep.
I agree. The problem from Google's perspective is that, that costs a lot of money to have people there.
If you can't run your business, I mean, that comes back to that saying about if you can't run a business and pay your employees a living wage, you don't deserve to have a business. If you have to rely on machines and technology and computers to do everything your business needs, maybe your business has a problem because your business is not contributing to the economy in any way in that instance.
Yeah, and by all accounts, Google treats its employees like crap.
Are we losing you, Diana?
Oh no, I was just filling up the coffee cup over here.
Alrighties.
And turning a light on. I hate the way it's so dark so early.
Yeah, I hate it too. That's partially why I've been tired all week.
You know that song, The Sound of Silence?
Yes, I love that song.
I saw someone post something and they took the words, and it's the part where it says, "Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk to you again," I think is the lyrics.
Yep.
They changed it to, "Hello, darkness, my old friend. What the fuck? It's 4 p.m.
I've changed the words once. I said, "Hello, Squishes, my old friend. I wish you'd go off and fuck away again," or something like that. Only one person understood what I was saying, but it was great.
It's so funny because I saw that. And I'm like, this is great. This is so funny.
Yeah.
And I'm at work.
So accurate. It's 4:30 my local time and the sun's going down.
But I'm looking around work going, there is no one I work with who would get that joke. Because they're all young black people. And they're not very not a lot of them are into, like, who did Hello Darkness? I can't even remember the original, and I'm
Simon
not
and
even.
Garfunkel.
Yep.
Oh no,
Simon
I'm
and
not even.
Garfunkel.
That's not the version that I'm more familiar with. The Disturbed version.
Oh,
Not
I
a,
love the Disturbed version.
not a lot of people that I work with know anything about Disturbed, and
Well,
it's just
okay,
a cultural
I was only
thing.
introduced to the Disturbed version because we decided as an ex-Mormon
Oh, look
community
at the cutie.
that was our anthem.
What is you doing?
Oh really?
Well, okay, they talk about the
What makes
words
you
of the
big kitty?
prophets and like there being
Oh,
darkness and silence, and those are things that we dealt with
I
because
see.
basically the most appreciated member is the one who listens to the prophets, shuts their mouth, and your silence is appreciated, which is
Yeah.
one of the reasons why I didn't do well in church after I turned 19.
Gotcha.
Was I'm not one to always want to speak up,
Fair enough.
but
Have
if I
you not
don't
heard
feel
it?
like I have the if I don't have the ability to, I don't want to stay in that area.
Yeah,
I don't
and
want to stay.
this is an idea that I've had since the late 70s, that it would be very easy to assemble a dozen Simon and Garfunkel songs and release an album as music to commit suicide by.
Oh no, purple.
Oh
That's
yeah, they've easily got a
terrible.
dozen songs that fit that.
Oh God,
Doorknob, I linked it
no.
in the chat for you.
No,
I'm
but that's how
about
I
to do the
felt when I was a
same.
teenager. That
Those
act,
When I
actually, I had one of the Simon and
know,
Garfunkel albums playing during
I
one of my
kind
suicide
of want
attempts.
to take like the Simon and Garfunkel version and then like add images to it
Okay,
so that it looks like it, and so that it goes into ex-Mormon stuff. But that would probably get me a copyright strike.
Yeah,
my
I've had a couple of things like that. That there were songs I wanted to take and just put some images with, but yeah, definitely you'll get a copyright strike on it.
so when I was a teenager, my angsty I'm suicidal music was a lot of Metallica. Fade to
I
Black,
think
King Nothing, stuff like that. So you're familiar with like Fade to Black, for example, right?
not really. I didn't
First,
do the angsty thing.
the lyrics start off like life it seems will fade away. Hold on, let me pull up the lyrics because I can't remember them. Let's see. Life it seems will fade away, drifting further every day, getting lost within myself, nothing matters, no one else. I have lost the will to live, simply nothing more to give. There is nothing more for me, need the end to set me free. How is that not a song about suicide?
Oof.
Yeah.
No, I didn't know. I kind of skipped the angsty phase. I didn't really realize too much of other kinds of music existed other than Motown and gospel. Because my parents were. I finally begged them to stop playing like Mormon church music over and over again, and they finally, like let up. So listening to Motown was one hell of an upgrade for me. An
Oh,
extreme upgrade for me.
see, kids these days don't know how good they have it. Like, I've heard kids leaving my work be like, when we get on the car, I'm going to plug my phone in and we're going to listen to blah, 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 blah. And I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. When I was a kid, the driver controlled the radio and you listened to what the driver wanted to listen to. So for me, if it was my mother, that was the Beatles, Elvis, or other kinds of country. For my dad, that was what's now classic rock. The Who,
Yeah.
Grateful Dead, Aerosmith, because my dad knew the guys from Aerosmith growing up. Stuff like that. And these kids nowadays getting to play whatever newfangled new agey music they're listening to. And I said that like that on purpose. And the parents just putting up with it. I'm like, You guys are so lucky. You don't have to listen to your parents' crappy music.
Oh man,
But you know the funny thing.
mine.
But the funny thing
Go ahead.
is, I used to complain about it. Then, guess what I listen to all the time now? My dad's classic. My dad's classic rock and my mother's Beatles. I don't much care for a lot of Elvis, and I don't care for country, but I could listen to the Beatles all day.
um, when I was growing up, my mom bought as much of the primary music as she could get her hands on for from church. And primary is basically from the age of 3 to like 12. So you can imagine like what the music is like. And she would play those. We would get in the car and she'd play those over and over and over again. And finally, I hit, I think, like 10 or something. And I was like, I've been listening to this for 7 years now. There's got to be other music to listen to. And so she changed to the local gospel station. And then I listened to that for a couple of years, and then my dad finally retired from the military, and he asked me what kind of music I had been listening to, and I said, "Oh, I've had like primary music and gospel music." And he says, "Anything else?" I'm like, "TV theme songs from the TV shows I'm allowed to watch." And he's like, "I'm introducing you to Motown." But that was basically all I was allowed.
Actually, I had great fun with it because when I had 3 teenage daughters, was when the 70s retro was a big craze. So I got to ridicule them, but they were listening to the same stuff I listened to when I was in school.
Oh.
But yeah, dance music was cool again. How do you deal with that?
So when it comes to Motown, the only thing I know of that is Motown Philly by Boys to Men, and then there's this other song that it's by a white musician. I can't remember who the frick it is. It's an older one. Um, uh, is it Neil Diamond? Maybe, I don't know. No, that's probably not right. No, I can't think of who it is. Sting? Oh, ignore me.
Yeah.
Just ignore me.
And
Go on.
basically, I was allowed, and I mean, I still enjoy like music from the 50s and 60s. I really do. But it's so nice to have like an actual like musical range outside of that. Oh man, my head hurts thinking about it. Oh, and my mom used to play Saturday's Warrior over and over and over again. 0 out of 10, I do not recommend. Do not watch Saturday's Warriors. Please do me a favor. Do not hurt yourselves watching that movie. It is terrible. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
See, they had this go on when I was in high school. Was this no, what is it when you like go back to something older? Revival was the word I was looking for, of 60s and 70s and 80s music with my peer group, and I just didn't get it. Like, they wanted to listen to that old stuff. I'm like, there's new stuff right now that I want to listen to. Why would you go back and listen to that? When there's new stuff going on.
I understand that. Especially after, because there was a while where I couldn't stand 50s, 60s, and 70s music. I just couldn't. Because again, my what I was allowed to listen to was limited.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom was afraid of the radio for the most part because she was afraid I would hear some inappropriate like advertisement or something. So yeah. And
Yeah.
it's not too terribly different now, but at least I get to listen to what I want. So
And that's the important part.
The one I
Yeah.
couldn't understand was when there was that brief period that they were trying to revive disco, and it's like I was around the first time disco came through, and most people hated it then.
Anytime.
I remember when that came back around, and I was just like, I don't understand this.
Every
Well,
time
and
somebody brings
even
up
at the time, it was big. It was a big joke to really the majority of people that, there was a group that loved it, and everyone else just thought it was horrid and constantly made fun of it.
every time somebody brings up disco, it just makes me think of a scene from the Goofy movie.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I remember
From
the
the
Goofy
Goofy
movie.
I think it was actually the second one.
I don't remember the second one as well as I do the first one.
I loved the music in the first one.
The first one was pretty cool. It hit at the right time for me. I think if I had been a little bit older, it probably wouldn't have. But yeah,
I
I like,
remember the first one because for me that going to see that in the theater with my stepdaughter was a bonding moment.
yeah, that would be. It was a cute movie.
You identify with one of the characters together.
I just really liked the music. I will still occasionally just pull up Eye to Eye and listen to that because it was such a good song. I mean, context aside, I mean, it was just a song that you could actually listen to. That it's not like when you like most Disney movies with music, the music is very specific to the show. Whereas the music from this one was just like you could play that and people, if they'd never seen that movie, they'd be like, "Hey, this is pretty cool. Who's this?" And you'd be like,
Yeah.
"Powerline."
Yep.
Oh man, I kind of liked. I lost my train of thought. Never mind. Train fall off track. But yeah, no, the radio was. My mom was like super psychotically scared that I would be led away by Satan's grasp. And like, I wouldn't say that, and she was strict. I wouldn't say that she was so strict that I didn't have a life, but there was definitely some areas where I was not able to explore things because my mom was just so afraid. Because she did not allow me to read Harry Potter. She was afraid that I would learn the magical spells and blah 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 blah, and it was just like I already took Latin. If you don't think I know what the spells are, you're crazy. Like I already know these. And
See,
I
I
didn't
think
take Latin to learn magic. I took Latin because I like Roman myths.
I think my mother realized that that was not a good way to go with me when The Little Mermaid came out. We had this. I call her an aunt. She was my mom and dad. One of my mom and dad's best friends. Her kids were, and she went. She became born again after her first one was born, and she was like 7 or 8, and she went to a no birthdays, no Christmas type religion. I'm not sure what that is.
Jehovah's
Is that Mormons or is that?
Witnesses are like that.
Jehovah's Witness.
But I thought she.
Mormons believe in birthdays and celebrations and stuff. They have absolutely no problem with it.
Even Christmas?
Yeah, there's no problem with Christmas.
I guess maybe she went. Maybe she was Jehovah's Witness.
No, Mormons have no problem with any of the holidays. They celebrate them just about as normally as everybody else.
Okay.
In fact, one of the things I miss was going and getting Christmas dinner up at the church because the food was so damn good.
So, The Little Mermaid had come out, and my sister bought it for me on cassette. And my aunt came over with her 3 kids, and she wouldn't let us watch it because she wasn't dressed properly. And this is like in 94. This is like when I'm like 12 or 13 years old. And I'm like, she can't wear clothes underwater. It would get all wet and it would be heavy, and then she couldn't swim. So even at 12, biological faculties at that point were a little bit better than hers. Then a couple months later, she comes for a visit, and I'm trying to watch this movie called Unico, and it's basically about this little unicorn that makes everybody happy. But he has to keep being moved by the west wind because the gods feel that they're the only ones that can make people happy, and that the unicorn is breaking their rules. And she wouldn't let us watch that because unicorns aren't real. And there were multiple gods in the movie. And I'm just like, it's fake. It's just a TV show. It's not real.
Yeah, my mom was not very consistent with her rules. I was allowed to watch practically anything made by Disney, and she didn't care.
You were or weren't?
I was. Like,
Gotcha.
the Mormon Church has nothing against Disney. Their rules are basically PG and below, and they don't care about fantasy shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of makes sense because when you read The Pearl of Great Price and the Doctrine and Covenants, it reads like a bad sci-fi novel.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess they want you to be a little bit more open to that kind of thing, so they let fantasy kind of pass. But, like, I was only allowed to watch Disney and some of Nickelodeon growing up. That was it. Those were my options, was Disney Channel and a few select Nickelodeon shows that Mom pre-approved.
Which ones? Just out of curiosity.
My mom really liked Eureka's Castle. I still kind of do when I catch it. There was a show that was set in a department store, and I always forget the name, but one of the mannequins would come to life and walk around. She was cool with that one.
I remember that show. I don't remember what it's called.
Yeah. I know there's a couple of others, but, like, there was only 5 or 6 of them she was okay with. But I spent most of my time on Disney Channel. Oh, Dad snuck X-Men by Mom. She didn't know I was watching X-Men. Apparently, I was not supposed to. Huh?
Today's Special.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I used to watch it, too.
I remember watching that with one of my kids.
I wasn't allowed to watch X-Men, but my dad, when he was home, would wake me up early before she would wake up.
Oh, call. I loved the X-Men, the animated series. That was... There's 2 shows that I can remember from my childhood that I think were fundamental in forming my opinions on things about race, gender, sexual orientation, and all that. And one of them was the X-Men.
Yeah.
It was
X-Men
watching that
can
show.
Open your eyes to a lot of things.
One of the episodes that I always remembered was the episode after Morph had died, but he came back, and he pretended to be someone. I can't remember who he pretended to be, and he gave Jubilee an address and said, "You need to go here for a mission," and it was the Anti-Mutant League, and they catch her. And she asks
the FOH.
The FOH. And she says, "What did I ever do to you?" And he goes, "You were born." And that always stuck with me about, like, hating someone simply for something for the way that they were born, and it's just
Yeah,
Yeah.
I never saw the X-Men TV series, but I was a fan of the comics back in the 70s and 80s.
mhm,
Yeah, and that Stan Lee very plainly said right from the start that was exactly what he was trying to teach with those.
mhm.
Just the
Oh yeah,
value of
he's
diversity and of valuing everyone for their unique abilities.
well. The
See,
funny thing is that my dad would wake me up super early and take me out and go get pancakes. And I don't know if he did this consciously or subconsciously, but we would go and get pancakes, and then I would settle in and watch X-Men. And then there was one more show after X-Men, and then my mom would wake up and she would walk into the living room and be like, and ask my dad if he had woken me up because she didn't want me waking up early on Saturdays. And he said, ask, he and I kind of had a wink, wink, nudge, nudge thing. And it'd be like, well, ask Tria. And mom would look at me, and I'd look at her with pancakes stuffed in my mouth, going, that didn't make me, I don't know what you're talking about, as I'm shoveling pancakes into my face. Just like, and since I never outed him, because I was just like, I'm not about to out him. If I out him, pancakes go away.
Yep.
Apparently, I was not allowed to watch superhero stuff.
mm. Well, I guess that kind of makes sense in a fashion.
Well, yeah, if they're against the magic and that, I can see why that superheroes would be thrown into that category.
Well, she wasn't afraid of the magic. She was afraid that it was too violent and that I would internalize the violence and become a violent person. Not
There is that
realizing
too.
not realizing that I had been watching martial arts videos with Dad since I was really, really little. And he had told me, he was like, this is a show, and if I ever catch you doing anything from any of these shows, you're gonna catch, he didn't say hell, because that's not his way, but basically I knew, hey, if you do anything stupid from any of these shows, you're not going to be happy.
Yeah, I wish
And
that they. Go ahead, finish. Sorry.
And so I knew from a young age that I was not to imitate any of these shows that I was watching, whether I believed they were real or not, because I knew that I would be punished by my dad, which was the scariest thing in the world to me, because my dad only punished me once the entire time I was growing up. And that was bad.
So, did you guys all have I've asked this before, and lots of people have had almost this exact same knife. But I guess it's a bread knife with an orange handle, and the tip is a prong. Like you could fork things with it.
Yep.
Okay, you know what I'm talking about. My best friend and I, for a couple of years, got really into kids game show called Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego. I know where every country is in South America because of that show. And her and I would watch it.
You okay, Tria?
Yeah.
I'm so
You okay?
I guess she stepped away.
Yeah. So one day we were watching it, and her youngest brother, who's probably like 2 or 3, he wanted to watch Power Rangers, and we wouldn't let him because we were watching that. He went into the kitchen and got that bread knife and started swinging it around like a Power Ranger sword.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the last time he ever watched Power Rangers.
We had a similar problem with one of my stepdaughters when she was like 4 years old.
Mm-hmm.
That my ex used to like to watch America's Funniest Videos. And half of that show is like about crotch shots.
Mm-hmm.
And, basically people getting beat up. And so, yeah, she got a baseball bat and started hitting people because she had seen on TV that was funny.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
So yeah, decided we really couldn't watch that show until she could, better discern that that was not something that you could actually be doing to people.
Sorry about that. My mic decided to drop at the same time as you were asking me if I was okay. Really wish I could figure out why it does that.
Yeah.
okay.
But
So did you hear the rest of my story?
no, I'm sorry.
It's fine. So we were watching Carmen Sandiego, and her little brother wanted to watch Power Rangers, and so he went into the kitchen and got the bread knife and started swinging it around like a Power Ranger sword at us.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. He was never allowed to watch Power Rangers again.
I wasn't even given that opportunity. My
didn't like
mom. Okay, my mom was friends with another lady who had a kid about the same age. So it was kind of that thing where you're like, when you're really young, where
Mm-hmm.
you're friends just because you're around each other so much, essentially.
Right.
But she had 2 younger brothers, and that family watched Power Rangers. And I kind of was interested because it was campy, and I like camp. But I could tell that it was so campy. I could tell that it wasn't real martial arts. They were just like goofing around, essentially. And so these 2 brothers that younger siblings of my friend got like seriously injured playing Power Rangers. These kids were like 3 years old,
Oof.
like 3, 4. And then my mom was like, "Oh, well, you can't watch Power Rangers anymore because, 2 siblings got hurt." I'm like, they're 4 years old. You think I'm that dumb at like 12 or 13 to like do those kinds of things?
Well, that's
it's just
the
like, well, you
question
can't
of what's
watch it.
age appropriate.
Yeah.
Well, because age appropriateness. My sister got a dislocated finger because her and my cousin were playing around after watching Karate Kid.
Yeah.
And my cousin did the flying crane kick or whatever the heck it was called and kicked my sister's hand and dislocated her finger.
Yep.
So I think with a lot of it, it's just knowing your child and knowing their level of maturity to an extent.
Yeah, my mom didn't trust me one iota with anything.
I mean, I can see why, but just kidding.
Hey! But yeah, it was kind of frustrating because I was like, I watched martial arts with my dad, and Dad had plainly told me, like, you do this stuff, you are going to be in trouble with me. And I was so scared of that because I was like, I'm never in trouble with Dad. What is that going to be like? Like, I had these horrible, horrible images in my head. My dad was also the one that treated me like I could understand things. My mom was paranoid about everything. My dad, when I was 3 years old, he was growing peppers, and he had bell peppers, and he had like habanero peppers, and like all kinds of different things. And he came up to me and he says, "These are the peppers you can eat." He says, these big ones you can eat. They're fine. Don't worry about those. And then he took me over, and I don't know why this worked. I was probably about 3 or 4. But he took me over to the rose bush, and he says, "I want you to touch the rose bush. Gently, but touch it." And so I did, and I said, "That hurts." And he says, "Okay, you can feel the rose bush hurting you. Now I want you to come over here." And then he showed me his hot peppers. And he said, "These hot peppers, you can't see the little thorns on them that hurt. But if you put them in your mouth, they will hurt like that rose bush does." And I never touched his peppers after. It never touches peppers.
Yeah, it's a sound analogy.
That's
Like,
interesting.
and
That's really intuitive.
my mom was just like, don't grow peppers in the yard. The girls will eat them. And he's like, nah, I got it covered. The girls won't ever touch them. And
Well,
I
I mean,
never did.
what would have been the worst that would have happened if you'd have ate it? You'd have had a hot mouth. You'd have been in pain, and then you'd probably never would have done it again.
Yeah. And
I mean,
I mean, like, and
Mhm.
also he taught me as well. He was like, when he thought I was old enough to understand, he says, if you ever eat anything that is too hot for you, go get milk or cheese or bread. I know you're going to want water, but you want milk or cheese or bread.
Yep.
And if you touch a hot pepper, don't touch your eyes.
And you know, most adults still don't get that.
They don't know.
Oh
'cause they're
no.
not-
Yeah, they don't.
Well, and the part about don't touch your eyes, I worked in Subway,
Oof.
and yeah, I did have one instance where, you know, I had been putting the jalapenos on a sandwich, and after I finished the sandwich, I went to wipe something out of my eye without washing my hands in between.
Oh, ow.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah,
Yeah,
I accidentally rubbed my eyes once while working with peppers. That was fun. And then my dad was sitting in the living room laughing at me when it happened.
See, I've always had the thing about not touching my eyes because I get cold sores and on my lips. I need to clarify that on my lips. But you can transfer them to your nose and your eyes, and you can develop cold sores on your eye, and it can lead to becoming blind. And so,
Ooh.
somebody showed me a picture of somebody with a cold sore in their eye, and so now I'm always very conscious of what I've touched and where I put my hands because I don't want to go blind.
Ah, my allergies.
Mm.
Yeah, but it was so weird because my mom was like, I don't know how to reach Tria, and my dad's like, hold up a sec.
Yeah.
let me just sit and talk with her. Honestly, I sometimes wonder what life would have been if my mom had worked outside the home and dad had stayed at home. Because she seemed to prefer to be out of the house, and he seemed to prefer to be at home with us kids.
Yep. Well, and that's largely what I wound up doing with my ex was that, you know, I was only working while the kids were in school. So she was working and I was the one in the house with the kids most of the time.
Yeah, I always found their setup weird. I mean, I know why they did it. They were told by their parents and their grandparents that that's how it was. And also by their religion, too. But I sometimes wonder if all of us would have been happier with things switched around.
Yeah.
His thing is he hates people in general except for his family. So going out and socializing at work really killed him. Especially when you're in the Navy and they send you on a boat to live on the boat for 6 to 8 months at a time with the same people in your bunk for that entire 6 to 8 months.
Yeah, I got a small taste of that. My brother was in the Navy. And that's when I was a teenager. And they organized this thing that they could each invite one male member of their family to come on the ship. So I flew out and met the ship at Pearl Harbor and was on the ship for 8 days and dropped off in San Diego. So 8 days was enough of the Navy for me.
Fun.
I didn't need any more of it.
I'm surprised Dad lasted as long as he did. I think it was because I heard a little bit of the stories, but my dad was in for, I think he was in for 4 years. No, it was longer than that. He was in for 8. He was in for 8, and he was determining whether or not he wanted to continue being in the military. And then he tried to get a job elsewhere. And he basically had a full year of being unemployed before he was like, you know what? I don't know. I guess I'm supposed to be in the military, and then went back in. But it took him a while to kind of transition out of it. 'Cause he really did not like the military.
Yeah, I'd never be able to get through military training.
Me neither, to be honest. I can't get over I would not be able to get over the idea of being government property, essentially.
Well, I don't take well to people yelling at me, and somebody expecting me to do something just because they gave me an order. If it doesn't make sense to me, I wouldn't do it. And that would not go over well in the military.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. I love how we said we were going to wrap up, and I think that was like, what, an hour ago?
An hour
Something
and a
like
half
that.
ago, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for Neil's show to start.
Oh.
Who's he got on?
Anthony Magnabosco.
Oh.
Oh, okay. So it's the big one tonight.
Yeah. Because I haven't talked.
Anthony.
Say again?
Who's Anthony?
He's a big epistemologist.
Yeah, have you heard about
okay.
the street epistemology?
Yeah, I have. I tend to avoid it.
Oh.
Yeah,
I don't watch him, regularly, but I've watched a few of his things, and I like his approach.
I watched a couple episodes he did with Aaron Raw, and then I think he did something with Matt Dillahunty, and I watched that. I've seen, Objectively Dan.
Yeah.
Yep.
He actually spoke to him when he was religious. And he's got it on camera, which is kind of mind blowing if you think about it.
I actually haven't watched him doing any of the interviews. I've mostly watched when he's been on a college campus doing the street epistemology.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's one where he was in Austin, I want to say. I can't remember where they are. And he actually interviewed on the college campus, Objectively Dan.
Oh.
And yeah, I don't know. Like, apparently the pagan community doesn't like street epistemology, and I can't figure out why. Nobody's been able to explain it to me.
Really?
Yeah, I think some of them feel like it's dishonest because you don't tell them your stance on things, I guess. I mean, your goal... Go ahead.
You're poking at somebody else's beliefs, essentially, and it's done sometimes in a manner that is not... It's like, I've heard this before, and I'm guilty of it as well, but it's like, I'm not trying to get you to I'm not trying to break your faith or anything, but I'm going to ask you some questions that might poke at that a little bit, even though I just said that I'm not doing that. And that, I never speak up when it happens because I can't quite put my finger on why I don't like it, but I tend not to like that attitude because it's like you're still poking at it, you're still trying to break it down. You're not.
But
it's
go ahead.
Like, I've seen some people do street epistemology, and I don't have a problem with it because it seems like they're being a little bit more direct about it, but it just seems like a way to not state what you're doing. And I think one of the reasons why I have a problem with that is because I'm ex-Mormon, and street epistemology has nothing on the doublespeak that Mormons have.
Well, I mean, but the whole point behind that is like if somebody came up to you and said, "I'm going to ask you a bunch of hard questions that are going to make you think, and then you might question your religion," would you listen? Would you have listened to them when you were fully in?
No, but I'm telling you that is the method the Mormon Church uses on its members, and so that makes me feel skeevy.
I
don't.
think I can get where you're coming from on that.
Yeah, because it's like
That it does feel a little deceptive to you there.
Yeah, because it sounds so damn similar to the wording that was used on me at church.
Yeah.
To make me. It basically. Okay, think of it this way, Kitty. Okay, you say that you're coming up to me and you want me to question my religious beliefs and think about them logically. The Mormon Church comes at you and says, "We want you to question your entire reality, and we're going to question you in a way that breaks logic, but we're not going to tell you that that's what we're doing."
Yeah,
and that is why
maybe
I
if
feel
the
skeeved
phrasing
out.
of the introduction was different, that to seem more open.
But
Mm-hmm.
when they ask, like the videos that I've seen of street epistemology is, I just can't see I can't see how asking questions in order to make you question reality and asking you questions and letting
Because
you
they're
answer.
asked in the same manner. They're asked in the same manner.
Yeah, well, and while I get your objection, like I said, I'm not sure how to work it out.
I don't hate street epistemology.
Like,
I just tend to avoid
I
it.
yeah. See, I don't have as much a problem with that just because. Huh?
Well, I would say that's the thing. When you're trying to ask questions of religious people who are in, they are trained to shut down the discussion. And the point of street epistemology is to get people talking and thinking without shutting down completely.
Yeah.
And if you come straight out and say, "I want you to think about your religious thoughts logically and follow them to their logical conclusion," people would shut down and you would never have a conversation. So, I mean,
that works the opposite way too. That's how people are trained in the first place to shut down. That's why I'm skeeved out by it. Is that same method can be used from the opposite way to get you sunk into religion.
Yeah, and I'm kind of internally relating this to the approach that some of the flat earthers have taken, and yeah, I can see a similarity there.
Yeah, it's not the exact same, but it's close enough to where it was done on me.
Yeah.
To where when I hear street epistemology around me, I kind of shut down a little bit.
You've got some
because
good points there.
Because you can't directly come out to somebody and say, "Hey, we're going to teach you about the Mormon Church, and we're going to lay everything out on the line and tell you 100% everything that's going on," and then all of a sudden you're sucked in and you don't understand why or how you got sucked in by that nonsense. At least that's how it's been explained to me by converts.
You've got some good points there, and I really would be intrigued to have you on with somebody who's actually had some experience doing the street epistemology, and see if there wouldn't be a way to iron that out to make it seem more honest.
I don't know, because I barely have the words for how I'm feeling. Like, I don't feel like I'm explaining it 100% well. But yeah, it's just.
Well, like I say, but I can get where you're coming from, basically there.
And another thing that I've noticed too is, and this is not street epistemology's fault, this is people's fault, but sometimes people assume that everybody needs to be deconverted. And the thing is that while I do agree that all forms of Christianity cause a certain level of harm, there are times where it can cause more harm to deconvert somebody than to just let them go.
Right, and I think that they do in some of them do understand that, because like
Yeah, some of them do.
the videos that I've seen of Anthony Magnabosco, for example, since he brought up the subject, is he just asks them, what is something that you believe in? How certain are you of this thing? And then they talk about it. And they answer questions, they ask questions, and it's like how, like one video I saw was talking about karma. And the lady was like I'm 80% sure karma's real. And by the end of it, she's like, maybe I'm not that convinced that it's real. You know? And it wasn't it was all through her just answering the questions that came to mind of the person that was doing the epistemology, street epistemology.
Yeah.
And I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that you should blame a method for the way it's used. I don't think that I understand having an aversion to a method because it was used against you in a negative way. Never mind. I just
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
I just like, and also the thing is that I understand that it's necessary to break some people out of things. I get that, but I guess I'm just so against like not being straight up sometimes, because I remember how many times I was misled because things weren't 100% truthful, and I think that's what hurt me the most getting out was I was not being told the truth at all at church. And so I kind of get a little bit nervous. Yeah, like it's a deep nervousness where it's just like, and I watch it happen. I was watching an after show the other day, and they had somebody on, and they invited them on, and then turned around and then started. They went through the show, and they had a fun show and everything, and then the person went into the after show, and then started trying to break down their thought processes, and I was like, wait. You just invited them on, you had a show, and now you're about to try to break down how they feel when they just complain that atheists do that to them all the time. and then you're like, oh, we don't do that. Like,
yeah. Well, and I'm getting what you're saying because this is something I've been thinking about a lot recently. It's the balance point between being atheist and being anti-theist.
Well, there's a point
that I'm not necessarily against religion as a whole, but at what point does it become harmful to people?
I see. I don't like the title anti-theist because people are theists, and I'm not anti-people. I'm anti-theism. I'm against the idea processes and the belief system, but not the people that hold it. And that's why I don't like when people say I'm an anti-theist. I'm like, well, you are saying a theist is a person who holds a religious belief. If you say you're anti-theist, you are saying you are against people who hold a religious belief.
Yeah.
And see, there's also another thing I want to point out is street epistemology doesn't really work on Mormons very well. Because they teach us that it's funny, Mormons hide things in plain sight and hide the right things in plain sight and the wrong things, they have a good balance of this is what we have in plain sight for you and this is what we have hidden away. And they teach you that there are certain ways that Satan comes at you that sound a lot like street epistemology. but
Mhm.
then turns around and does the same thing to you.
So is it possible? Is it possible that your apprehension to street epistemology is part of is a latency left over from that teachings, and not
Partially
necessarily?
well, because they used it on such a manipulative manner. I
Mhm.
mean, it's
Because
it,
there's this idea that's been presented to me through the pagan community, and it's this idea of latent Christianity, and it's
I understand that, but you
okay.
also
I
have
was
to
just wondering.
understand that it's not just the teachings, it's how
Mm,
manipulative it feels.
right.
When
Yeah.
I hear the phrasing, I feel that it's manipulative because you're not being honest with that person. I don't like the I'm not trying to break you down, but here's questions where I'm going to break you down. Maybe if
Yeah,
you
and
didn't start with the I'm not trying to break you down, I'd have a little bit less problem with it. But that's literally what you do. You go, I'm not trying to break you down here, but guess what? Yes, I am.
Mhm.
That is where my problem lies.
yeah, and I didn't see it from that direction until you brought it up, but when you're when you're mentioning it, yeah, it is somewhat subversive.
And I understand that there are some extreme cases where it's okay to be subversive. I'm not 100% against that,
Mhm.
but it's just hard for me to hear that,
Mhm.
especially when that was that person's intent all along.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's one thing to have like a invite somebody for a friendly conversation
Mhm.
in your and then turn around and be like, except my intent all along was X. Now if you go to like one of those places where they're like proselytizing,
Mhm.
go for it, because that they're actively going out proselytizing and they're opening themselves up for discussion.
Mhm.
But I feel like there are times where it's been brought up where it didn't quite feel like it was the right time for it. They're just so hyper focused on that's what they're going to do, no matter what. And I think that is also sometimes a little bit off. But
Mhm.
it just, like I said, it
It's
feels,
it's difficult to articulate.
yeah. It there's times where I've heard it where it hasn't been as bad, and then there are other times where I'm like, why am I sitting in this conversation?
Mhm.
Like
I
I
see
want out.
my point of reference for a lot of this stuff is not as deep, I guess would be the word, as some folks. Like, I wasn't really deep in a religion. I was Christian, but I was just like tertiarily Christian.
Hmm.
It wasn't like I came from one of these extreme churches like Mormonism or Jehovah's Witnesses,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seventh-day Adventists. I was just a regular run-of-the-mill Christian that eventually worked my way out with not very logical. I'm not even thinking that a lot of it was logical. The thing that started my deconversion was the idea that everything in life that reproduces is male and female. Why would God be male only? And yet everything that's in God's image, we are in God's image, but there's two of us. There's
Yeah.
males and
See,
females. That was the starter for me, and that's what led me
what's
into paganism for a while.
yeah, for me, what's weird is that I was being manipulated.
Mhm.
I would have seen somebody coming from the street epistemology angle as manipulative and then shut down on them
Mhm.
because I would have been like, well, my church doesn't do it this way, except they do, but they're really good at controlling what your thoughts are because they get you from a young age.
Mhm.
Um, and then what broke me out is not necessarily the same thing that would break
Mhm.
other people out. A
Right.
lot of us found out that we were just being straight up lied to. And
Right.
I don't think I would have processed that through a series of deceptions. That would have made me just as pissed off at them as finding out that I was deceived by the church. And I guess part of it is, and this definitely is latent left over,
Mhm.
is I value truth above most everything else. There's a couple of things I value more than truth. But when I found out that I was being lied to, that was what broke me off from the church, was finding out that every single thing that I had been told was a lie. Like, straight out lie. Not even like a twisting of it or sugarcoat of it. It was just a straight out lie.
Hmm.
Okay.
And go ahead, Perp.
Well, I can see, how what you're saying, basically defeats the whole premise of street epistemology. That if you feel at the beginning that, that you're possibly being manipulated or that this person was dishonest with their initial approach, then you're going to be suspicious of everything. So that's not going to get you anywhere.
And I mean, I'm not saying that street epistemology 100% flat out doesn't work, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying that there seems to be a crowd that seems to be like, epistemology is like the best thing ever, and they seem to center their work around it as if it's the one true best method, and it's not.
Well, I mean,
and
if you come at it from the point of someone else's influence in order to get you out, it might be. But if you're talking from the point of view of somebody working their own way out, but that's what their goal is their goal is to ask you questions, to get you thinking without having you put a wall up that says, I'm not going to listen to you because you're saying things that are against my church. I don't know of any other, I can't think of any other method that would actually work coming from someone else.
Yeah, well, and that's
versus
the
when
point.
you work your way out yourself.
That's kind of the point I'm coming to here, is that I can see what Tria's saying, and yes, the method is flawed, but it still might be the best method available for the majority of people.
Aside from the ones that figure it out themselves and work their way out of the church.
Basically, the street epistemology is usually presented as, it's something more effective than debates, because debates aren't really convincing anyone of anything.
No, they're not, especially not the way they're set up on YouTube.
Well, but the thing is debates aren't really meant for the people in them. Like, I've read or seen Matt Dillahunty say multiple times that he doesn't debate to try and change the mind of the person he's debating. He debates in order to attempt to influence the people watching the debate.
Well, yeah, that's the idea, is whether or not you can influence the audience. But
right.
But what's been pointed out, with the debates a lot, is that you take a survey afterwards of the people who supported either person in the debate, and 85% of the people who supported them going in are going to say that person won the debate.
Right.
So, you have this consensus that both sides think that the person they supported to begin with won. So did you really influence anyone's opinion?
Not necessarily then, but if you plant a seed in someone, you can say something, and I might be like, that makes sense, but I still think you lost. Yeah. And then 2 years later, your best friend says something, and you remember the thing you heard in the debate, and because your friend said it, it builds onto that.
Yeah, but you got to be careful with that, because that can work to your opponent's favor too.
How so? I don't understand. Or I can't think of how that would work.
Well,
some people are going in and they have their confirmation bias, and they're not going to hear anything at all what the opponent says. How many of those people are going to be like that? How many seeds are you actually planting?
Don't know.
Yeah.
Can't really.
Yeah, because you can also strengthen your own base by being on those debates. A lot of people have started cherry picking their debates because they are not in there to change the other person's mind. Some of them have started saying, no, I will only go in if it can increase my base.
Right.
Hmm.
Yeah, because it can get the people in their base to double down.
Mm-hmm. If I watched a debate between my prophet when I was in the Mormon church and somebody else, it wouldn't have mattered what they said. I would have chosen my prophet every time. Because that's how well I was trained.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, and
I
that's
don't think you
basically what.
I don't know if you were in the conversation, but I did say once, and I'll say it again, that if my prophet had told me to jump off the cliff, I probably would not have jumped off the cliff, but I would have felt guilty about it and thought I was going to hell for the rest of my life.
Hmm. Like I said,
So you have to be
I
careful.
wasn't in as deep as other people were.
Yeah,
so it's
but you're talking
it's a little
about
harder for me to understand
You're
that.
talking about flat earthers who, no matter how much scientific information has been thrown in their face, they still, and how much truth is thrown in their face, they will still tell you that the earth is flat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well,
There are
and Kitty and
anti-vaxxers out there who know the news, who have seen the news, who know the science,
Mm-hmm.
and they'll
But there's-
still be like, I'm still
Yeah.
anti-vax.
But
Well-
there are people who are teetering. They're like, well, yeah, maybe the earth is flat.
Yeah, but I'm not
Maybe.
100% sure
Mhm.
that debating and having those people and having people double down is worth getting the teetering people. How many people are actually teetering?
Don't know. That's
Because-
not something that can be quantified, really.
well,
Yeah, and that's my problem with the debate is you're saying it could happen, but is it outweighing the people doubling down is my concern.
I would think for me, if it was me, the answer would be yes. If I was to prevent one person from becoming anti-vax and not vaccinating their children, that's worth it. Because people who are going to double down are going to double down no matter what or who or where or when. People are just inclined to double down. And they may eventually change their mind, but I can't focus on people who are not willing to change their mind. Would have to focus on people who might change their mind. At least that's my thoughts. I'm not sure. I don't debate.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
and I'm pretty much the same as where Pirate Kitty's coming from. That, I never had a really strong belief in anything, and I switched religions several times without much more than a shrug because it's like, I guess that didn't make sense. Let's try something else.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, yeah, I know you're coming from a completely different perspective of being that deeply into it.
Yeah, because like I said, if the thing is that what I've found works from my background is when people can't answer your questions that you have. If people can't answer them, that tends to be what breaks you. From as strict of a background as I've come from. Like I couldn't, like for instance, I had questions about how the family would be set up after we were gone, after we were dead, when I knew kind of deep down I wasn't really fit for marriage. And I started asking questions. And they didn't have the answers for me. And I kept asking questions. And I was like, well, screw you. If you don't have the answers to the fucking questions, what do I need you for? I'll go to God. You keep saying God will sort it out. Well, I'll go ask him because you're useless.
Mm-hmm.
And I realize that's not everybody's way, but at the same token, it was an I felt like the lack of answers was not helpful to me, and so I left on my own. And I realized that not everybody can, but then I go back and I hear people use these methods to try to deconvert, and I'm like, I don't know how I feel about this because, well, I do, but I feel uncomfortable with this because it feels like trying to do the same thing but from a different direction and saying it's all done for your own good. And I guess that also plays into it too, is other people deciding that they know what's better for you than you do as well.
Yeah, that's one of my trigger phrases.
Mhm.
Because that's why I have so much problem with my family, is that I know that everything they are doing, they honestly believe is for my good, but they don't realize what I value.
Mhm.
Yeah, and like I said, I realize these methods exist. I'm not 100% completely against them. They just really, really get under my skin.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey.
What? Who? What?
Just Kitty scratching on my recliner.
Oh, yeah. You guys were talking about that while I was not in the chat, and I used to say, my dad used to do about scratching pets. Is he went out and bought rug, not like fancy rug, but like floor rug, and stapled it on any spot that the cats would use as their scratching post. So like they liked the door jams. They didn't do much to the furniture because if we were on the furniture and they started scratching, we swat their paws. But like on the door jams, he would take the carpet and he would wrap it and staple it onto the door jam.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm like, well, that's not. Well, the holes could be filled with some putty and painted over. So yeah, okay, maybe that is less damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's how he used to deal with them doing that stuff on the walls.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I do think we need to shut this down for the night here.
Yep.
Okay.
But yeah, actually, it still says 5 people watching. We're probably 3 of them, so that leaves Dave and somebody else out there. Or
Diana
somebody else who
Oh,
fell asleep.
Neil, no, she dropped out to watch Neil's.
Yeah.
Neil's.
Yeah, no, I
panel.
know. I'm kidding with her.
It could very well be somebody who fell asleep while they were still logged in, so. Robert X actually admitted to that earlier, that he had fallen asleep for an hour or 2 in the middle there.
Wow. That's a tired person.
Well, he's 6 hours ahead of us too, so.
Oh.
Yeah, Robert's in Germany, I believe he told me.
Yeah.
Germany? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so I know he's like 6 or 7 hours ahead of my local time.
Oh, hey, Robert. We're talking about you.
Oh, yep, he is still here. Okay.
I know I'm watching it.
Yeah, I've got it running in the back.
Okay, well, that's the 5 of us that's showing then. Okay, well, appreciate everybody coming.
Mm-hmm.
We had some interesting discussions on quite a range of topics today. So,
yeah.
I don't know if anybody's got any ideas for things they might want to discuss tomorrow night.
Nope.
So, you can always throw me a note on Twitter if you get an idea.
Yeah.
So, always looking for things for future topics. Pirate Kitty had suggested at one point, doing a thing about good and bad charities.
That was
which I definitely think is a good discussion to have, especially at this time of year.
That is.
That was.
I just felt that I hadn't had time to look into it, and it's like I can tell you a few to avoid, and offhand, I'm having trouble coming up with any that I would recommend. Which I know there's got to be some good ones out there.
I just want to make sure proper credit is given. That was Orla's idea.
Oh, was that Orla's first?
It was Orla's idea.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
I'm pretty sure it was Orla's idea. I remember talking with her about it a lot because,
Yeah.
But I don't remember.
So
pretty
that's
sure it's her idea.
That's probably a discussion that we should have, maybe for Thursday next week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because I know going into the holiday season that, people are more likely to be giving to charities, and it's becoming more common for people to be basically giving gifts of making a donation to a charity in somebody's name.
Right.
So, yeah, that's probably something we want to address before the, big holiday season is hitting.
Yeah, Thanksgiving especially.
Yep. Okay, well, I'm going to cut off the YouTube feed here, so we will see all you people later.
Yep, yep.
See, he's actually cutting off the YouTubes.
Yep. Okay, Robert
For
X
real.
is saying he's waiting for a history-related stream, and actually, Robert, if you'd want to come on sometime, yeah, we could get into some World War II discussions.
Well, history. Bleh. I'm just
Okay. Ending broadcast.